Mayor. Evening. I'd like to start the Olivet City Council meeting. It is May 10th, 2022. It is 7:12, and we are in the Olivet City Center at 1140 Dillman Road in the city of Olivet, 63132. Call for the roll, please.
Councilmember Waldman,
Here.
Councilmember Knox,
Here.
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Chairman Pro Tem Clark, Carl,
Here.
Mayor Weil.
Here. Next item, please.
Item number 2 is communications. Mayor, we have no written communications. However, we do have Beverly Tucker Knight has a new employee to introduce.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Beverly Tucker Knight, Parks and Recreation Director. This evening, I have the pleasure of introducing Jill Vogt, our new Recreation Program Coordinator. Jill comes to us from the city of Kirkwood and as a professional teacher. She has 8 years experience running summer camps, and we are thrilled to have her join our team. She started with us a couple weeks ago, and I'd like to introduce you now.
Hello, I'm Jill Vogt, and as Beverly said, I've worked for the city of Kirkwood for 8 years, and as one of their camp directors, I worked as a teacher in the Northwest R1 school district, and am very excited to start running camps and programs here in the city of Olivet.
Welcome. I just like to say welcome, and you didn't know you'd get such a big reception.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you. I do have your business card before I even know who you were, but welcome.
So Jill, we know you jumped in with 2 feet because you've already been to a few meetings with us. So
Yes.
thank you very much. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Next item, please.
Ms. City Manager's report.
Thank you. A couple of things with this sidewalk maintenance. I talked about this last time. We've had a couple articles out on Facebook with regard to people's responsibility for what to keep clear. Again, it's the growing season. We understand with all the rain, it's been hard. So that is but just to make people, again, we usually are kind of aware of what's in our front yard, but we forget about the backyard sometimes. So that always trips us up. There also, I want to acknowledge that we have a sidewalk problem on Olive. The Plant Haven and the Oliver were taking up their sidewalks. They were not supposed to occur at the same time, but there have been a couple of delays on different things. And so we are working with Plant Haven to expedite that. They have opened it a bit right now, but it's not good enough. And so we are working on that. I think there on the other side, there's a delay with Ameren. And so we think that's going to be longer. It's going to be weeks, probably longer than what we had anticipated to begin with. Last week I announced that we had our last meeting. I announced we had our new fire truck was in. We're going to have an open house for everyone on May 21st from 11 to 2 right here in the fire station. You'll get a tour of the fire station, see the new truck. There'll be hot dogs, chips, drinks, bounce house, Humane Society, health screenings by Mercy, and music by DJ, who is also a firefighter. So, so we encourage folks to bring your kids, and it is a pretty impressive truck. Took a long time to get here. So we're very happy it's here. And they did complete the training last week on all the new gadgets and gadgets. And so they are ready to go. Stacy Park, last week, or the last meeting, I think I kind of showed you that picture in the bottom right of that's the new pavilion. And that row of concrete, that's going to be a sitting wall. And this is actually our old pavilion. If you recall, the old pavilion consisted of restrooms, a storage area, and then a long pavilion. And what we did was we took down the majority of that pavilion of the overhead, And we're leaving and we've completely gutted this area. So there'll be new bathrooms, new storage area. And they are kind of putting on the roof, and that roof, that's going to be the same type of roof as you will have on the new pavilion. And the picture that's looking on the top right, that's looking kind of at that old pavilion, that's the seating wall. So you can kind of get a sense of how it's going to be situated. The new pavilion is going to be closer to the parking lot. The community center, they're continuing to work on the foundation for the new community center. This is the steel that's arrived for the next step. And so it's kind of an exciting process as well to see something kind of coming up from the ground. It's taken a while, particularly with all the rain. Each month we present the council with a dashboard. We've been presenting the dashboard for the community center because we started that project earlier. This is the dashboard for the park project. And as you'll see, we'll kind of note that, things are on schedule at this point. It talks about the work that they've completed, and we kind of see that a lot of the demolition and the new foundation for the new pavilion. What they're going to work on in the upcoming weeks. These are the submittals or the requests for information. So this is kind of where the construction folks are asking back to the architect and to the city questions on clarifications. We then have how we're doing with the construction, the financial summary, any contingencies that we have. In this, you'll see that there's an anticipated change of 29,183. And that is actually, I believe, on the agenda for tonight. That's soil remediation in some of the areas, and a couple other smaller things that add up. We have two contingencies. We have the unforeseen conditions, and that's really for the soil and that type of work. And then the other is just what you consider your normal contingency for a project. Our pay apps, our DBE participation, how we're working on that. And also then we go into the owner's risk and the owner's responsibility. And this is where we alert you to things that might be coming in the future, issues we may be having, things that might happen that we want you to be aware of and that we're planning for. So this is the new one for the park projects. And then we have the one that you've seen before for the community center. Again, it's the same format. And you can see how we're working on that. Again, contingencies, we're in line with where we think we should be. We are a little bit behind schedule. We're hoping they'll be able to make that up in the next several weeks. And then we have kind of what are some of the risks that we have, and it's a schedule risk in that for that project because we are a little bit behind schedule. Happy to. I received last night a resignation letter or retirement letter from our current police chief, Dave Wolf. He'll be retiring June 17th. Dave has been a police officer for 21 years. And he is looking to get into a different line of work. Basically, this is an old picture, by the way, I'll just he's looking to get into a new line of work. I think like a lot of police officers right now, it's a kind of a thankless job. He has enjoyed his profession, but I think he's looking for new opportunities, and wish him well, and he's done a great job for us. Upcoming events, as I said, we have the fire department open house. That's actually 11 to 2, not 11 to 1. We have the pension board is meeting on Thursday, 5 p.m. here. The zoning board of appeals is on Thursday at 7 p.m. The city council on Saturday is having a retreat to talk about their goals on May 14th. They have a special work session on May 17th to discuss the budget. Park and Recreation Commission is here on May 18th at 7 PM. Planning and Community Design Commission is May 19th at 7 PM. And the City Council regular meeting is May 24th at 7 PM. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Barb Sondag. Next item, please.
Next item is city council reports.
We'll start at the far end. Councilmember Waldman, do you have a report this evening?
Yes, I do, but I left it at home. I attended the most recent Planning Community Design Commission meeting, and Mr. Trejo typically gives us a good report. We have an agenda item on our agenda tonight that has gone through the Planning Community Design Commission. And I will apologize for not bringing my paperwork and leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I have nothing to report at this time.
Councilmember Carl, or Chairman Pro Tem Carl.
I have attended no meetings. However, there is a pension board meeting this Tuesday at 5 PM, which I will be attending.
Thank you. Councilmember Knox.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is hearing from citizens.
This first hearing from citizens, as we said a few minutes ago, will be for items that are not on the agenda. So if any of the cards I have here are for people who wish to speak about another topic that is not on the agenda tonight, please come forward now, and then we'll pull your card out of this pile. And if there's anyone on, in the community rooms, can you let us know as well? And if anyone on Zoom would like to, that you just need to raise your hand.
Don't see
Okay.
anyone there.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 6, bill number 2974, an ordinance vacating and surrendering a 5-foot wide easement located on lot 1 and lot 2 Locust Grove addition, and directing that this ordinance be recorded in the office of the Recorder of Deeds of St. Louis County, Missouri. Second.
Good evening, Mr. Trejo.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Carlos Trejo. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development for the City of Olivet. And tonight before you, Bill 2974 is a request for action on a bill that would vacate 2 5-foot wide easements on lots 1 and 2 Locust Grove addition. Those properties are former properties on the old Locust Lane, which is now part of the Olive Crossing development. The properties have been vacated and vacant. During the review process of those, we had several meetings and even public hearings regarding the rezoning and the PDD designation and approval of different variety of plats. These easements were found during the process of the developer's review. What you have before you is the legal instruments that would get recorded in St. Louis County for their what we call vacation or removal from the records. Before those can be recorded, it's required that the city council authorize those, and then the developer brings those in and they get signed by the city clerk and then recorded. Be glad to answer any specific questions on that. If not,
Are there any questions from any of the council members? We started to the right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Call for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve Bill 2974, an ordinance vacating and surrendering a 5-foot wide easement, 5 wide easement, I guess it's supposed to be 5 feet. Easement located on lots 1 and 2 Locust Grove addition, and directing this ordinance to be recorded in the office of the Recorder of Deeds of St. Louis County, Missouri.
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox. Yes. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes,
Motion passed by action of the Olivet City Council. Bill number 2974 becomes ordinance number 2746.
thank you, Mayor.
next item, please.
Item number 7 is bill number 2975, an ordinance authorizing a special permit approval for indoor medical marijuana cultivation and medical marijuana infused products manufacturing at the site grounds addressed as 1220 North Price Road. Second reading and public hearing.
First, I'd like to call upon Paul Martin, our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The first thing that the council should probably address are a couple of amendments to the original bill that was introduced a couple of weeks ago. And I want to make sure everybody understands the votes that I'm asking for amend the ordinance and the mitigation plan. It is not approving the ordinance at this time. And if there is going to be any kind of motion to approve the ordinance, that's going to take place after the public hearing. So these are pretty much preliminary and housekeeping matters. With that, Mayor, the first amendment that I would ask is for the substitution of the amended bill for the original bill that was read April 26. The amended bill provides needed clarification that the special use permit, if it in fact is granted, is mandatory and enforceable. And it establishes that the special use permit can be revoked for permit violations. And while I believe that these concepts were implicit in the original bill, felt it was appropriate to spell them out so that everybody was aware of what the standards are, what the process is, and the fact that the SP, the special permit use, is in fact revocable for permit violations if there are any in the future. What we're really trying to do is basically get a process in place so that we can get ahead of problems if in fact they occur. And we're not by any means certain that they're going to occur. So that is the first clarification for the first ordinance amendment for the special use permit. And I'd ask the council to consider that motion to substitute.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to substitute the amended bill for the original bill read April 26, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, Mayor. The second amendment is necessary because it wasn't discovered until this morning, I believe. And 4C of the version of the ordinance that you just approved had in it a clause that was difficult to understand and itself needed some clarification. So the second motion is to substitute the language in 4C of Bill 2975 with specific language, and that is, the city acknowledges and agrees that as long as this special permit use is in force and effect, the procedures established in Exhibit A hereof shall be pursued and exhausted prior to any enforcement of the city's nuisance regulations. The purpose of this is to, this is a collaborative process. We are in unknown territory and we want to be fair to the applicant if in fact the special use permit is approved. So what this does is basically say that what we're dealing with here, if there is an enforcement issue, we're going to follow this ordinance first and not pursue nuisance enforcement through the city code. So this ordinance is taking precedent to that. And if everything falls through and we're still at loggerheads and can't get things resolved, then the city can go ahead and move to its nuisance enforcement through the code. So that is what this particular ordinance, or excuse me, this particular amendment is all about. And again, I'd ask the council to consider that amendment and to substitute that language for the existing language.
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I motion that we accept the new paragraph C as established and explained to us by the city attorney in section 4(c), new language
You just say of Bill 2975.
of Bill 2975.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. And now we're going to move on to the public hearing at this time. We're taking care of some of the housekeeping. I'm going to close, so what's going to happen is we're going to close we're going to switch from our regular meeting to a public hearing. Mr. Trejo is going to speak first. He's going to give everyone the background of what's been happening with this amendment. He's going to explain a special permit use, explain what's going on, and then we will open up to public comments. And then when we get to that point, I'll give you the guidelines for public comments. So we are out of our regular session and into a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Again, my name's Carlos Trejo. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development for the City of Olivet. And tonight I'm here to present Bill 2972, which is a special permit authorization for the property at 1200 North Price Road on behalf of New Growth Horizon LLC. And what this special permit would do would adopt a odor mitigation plan for a medical marijuana cultivation and manufacturing facility at this property. On the next slide, just in terms of an overview of the mayor's comments, this is a public hearing which provides an opportunity to provide and receive information. There is a presentation by myself. This is on the staff side. Acknowledgement of the petitioners, which Mr. LeBaron, Mr. Pennington with New Growth Horizon are in attendance, and then the opportunity for public comments. The next slide will kind of identify where the property is. Its address is 1220 North Price Road, north of Alice Place, right across from Enterprise Auto Beauty Specialists and the Murphy Company, all corporate headquarters for each of those three individual companies in our industrial park. It is under contract by New Growth Horizon. It's zoned what we call LID, which is the Light Industrial District. 1220 North Price, the building itself was initially built in 1956, right shortly after 1956. The plat for the subdivision was adopted in 1956, known as Olivet Industrial Acres. It's almost 6 acres in area. The building was built, of course, in the late 1950s, initially for Southern Comfort Distilleries, when Southern Comfort had its corporate headquarters here in the St. Louis, Missouri area. So that goes back to Gone with the Wind and the Janis Joplin days in its heydays. It's approximately 130,000 square foot warehouse that has been added multiple times over its lifespan. Again, Southern Comfort occupied and did distilling at that site, I believe until 1982, when it was bought out and it moved to Tennessee. And now I think it's in New Orleans. After that, it was occupied by Engineer Support Systems, which was a manufacturing of, they did both some military equipment, but also air conditioning, things of that nature. The next slide, we'll talk about the LID Light Industrial District and its intent. It is our city's light industrial manufacturing and warehousing district. It permits those types of activities as a scale and intensity of what is compatible with development in the city of Olivet. The proposed indoor cultivation and infusion products manufacturing of medical marijuana that's being brought to you tonight are permitted uses by right. That means that they're authorized already under the light industrial district, under the city of Olivet's code. For example, other communities, both Creve Coeur, University City, both permit these type of activities in their industrial districts. And then both Creve Coeur and U City require special permits for those type of uses. City of Olivet doesn't. And that was a cognizant decision that was made back in 2006 when the city adopted its comprehensive plan. One of the goals for the comprehensive plan was to encourage and promote the agroscience industry in the St. Louis region. So back when, I think in 2018, when Amendment 2 passed in Missouri, allowing for the sale and distribution of medical marijuana, the council had a discussion, I think it was April 2019, where we went over the Amendment 2, talked about the uses, reviewed our zoning, and forward recommendations to the council to continue to permit them by right at that time. On the next slide, little history regarding that site. Again, it's kind of located in the center of the site. The area kind of developed in the 1950s. At that time, Carter Carburetor used to occupy the Enterprise building there on Enterprise Fleetway. The only residential properties were to the south, which were part of the Olivet Terrace subdivisions. Those homes were built in the early 50s. By 1960, the industrial park was it's well under construction. That's the middle aerial there, and you can see the subdivisions of the Arrowhead Park neighborhood being developed at the same time. Both happened late 50s, early 60s, and those developments and those land use decisions were made at that time. In 2000, the old Hilltop School was converted to townhouses, and that was the last big redevelopable parcel within the Hilltop Arrowhead area in there. And the next slide, we'll kind of talk about what's proposed. This is the existing building. Again, it's over 132,000 square feet. It is a warehouse with some office functions. It is unique in character. It's a very low ceiling ratio. The north part of the building is actually 2 levels. There's a basement level, and I think that's where they kept the barrels and things stored. And then there's an upper level to that, but it looks like a 1-story. And then configuration of the buildings kind of reflecting the different types of activities, I guess, that occurred at that time. Since then, it's after Engineered Air left, it's been a property that's been kind of held by property management groups. We've had various tenants. Probably the longest lasting one was Buffalo Tools, which had a small little retail component in their building. In there since then, we've had a variety of tenants. Right now, mostly we have people storing products on the site grounds in there. The lower left-hand corner diagram kind of shows how proper cannabis would utilize that site, and that's kind of tilted in a clockwise direction, with the purple representing the 2-level facility on the north end, and they would occupy a majority of the building towards the south. The areas intended for cultivation would be at the southern point, which kind of reflected in that lime green color that you see there. That's where they would be doing their flowering or cultivation area. Most of the activities will kind of center on that courtyard area where you see the cultivation entry and trimmer entry in there. So in discussions with New Growth Horizons, again, we understood through our zoning ordinance that the use would be permitted by right. They had the ability to apply for permits to do necessary building improvements into that structure. However, we had a discussion about the cultivation process. And we know in the cultivation process, there are various phases. And one of those phases, there is a peak in which there is an odor emitted through the flowering in there. And we're familiar and cognizant of that occurs in there. Now, this would be in an indoor facility. But the way our ordinance and regulations, and including some of our sister cities, they handle the odor mitigation through a special permit process. So New Growth Horizon agreed to put together an odor mitigation plan to help us regulate and control odor, how odors would be addressed, designed, followed, and mitigated on the site from that point forward. And to do this and to make it binding, agreed to petition for a special permit. A special permit goes through and reviews through the Planning and Community Design Commission, which is our plan commission. And then ultimately the final decision is left to council after a public hearing. What a special permit does, it provides a basis for the city to determine the suitability of specified uses under prescribed conditions. And these are pretty universal, including with our sister cities, Creve Coeur and U City. These uses are not necessarily permitted uses by right, but can be suitable and compatible based on these prescribed conditions. In addition, in a special permit process, the city reserves the full discretion to deny any such application or to revoke any such application based on the finding that an established special permit usage has become unsuitable or incompatible with its surroundings. So in no way do we relinquish that right regarding the authorization through this special permit. So when we review a special permit, there are certain standards, and that would be the next slide, please. Thank you. One is is it a listed use in the zoning district that, that the facility would be located? In this case, it is. It is permitted in the light industrial district. Is it consistent with the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan? Again, yes, it is. One of our goals in a comprehensive plan is to promote the agro sciences businesses and the 39 North environment in the Central County region. Is the parcel suitable for the use? And yes, it is. It's well over, it's nearly 5 acres. It's over 130,000 square feet in an enclosed area. Would it alter the character of the area? No, it's already pre-existing and no exterior modifications to expand the building are being proposed. Are there efforts made to mitigate potential spillover effects? And in this case, yes, that is why we're going, putting together this odor mitigation plan and having it adopted through the special permit process. And does the city reserve the right to impose additional conditions? And yes, it does. And those are incorporated in the odor mitigation plan. So the next thing I'll go through is the contents of this odor mitigation plan that's been prepared and brought forward to the council for consideration adoption. One, it was provide us, the city, the opportunity to be involved in the schematic preparation. This is the drawing designs through the architects, to the performance of the work, and to collaborate in that process as those designs are put together. And it allows also to utilize the service of a third party with more or additional expertise than we would have as staff. So again, in this component, again, it ensures that this, the improvements made to this building, they're not proposing any expansion. This is all interior improvements and exterior cosmetics to the building. That they would be prepared by experienced architects that are familiar with the cultivation and infusion process for medical marijuana. The work will be performed by experienced contractors that also have experience in the same cannabis industries, and then also permits the city to be involved in the design of the schematics, including the odor mitigation controls that would be proposed, and also allows the city to request the assistance of a third-party service, such as an industrial hygienist, through the process. The second component of this odor mitigation plan is regarding detection management. It will maintain a phone line for citizens to report any odor concerns when they occur, and if they occur. Maintain records of all these calls, review and report to the city on a quarterly basis, and we also have continued access of those records to be informed if something comes up or happens. But we would be surely review this on a quarterly basis. It authorizes the city to require further monitoring and collection and implement additional measures if we find a basis for those to be needed. It authorizes the city to engage an independent certified industrial hygienist to assist us in that process to review, and also if there is any mitigation measures that are needed. It requires a need for additional odor mitigation measures if they are requested, and 60 days after operations begin, the petitioner will host a public forum here through the city to see how those mitigation measures and the facility design is working. And finally, there's the review process to this odor mitigation plan, and that is to require a public review every 6 months, the first year, so there would be 2, and then on an annual basis. So that is the odor mitigation plan that's prepared for your special permit use. Those are the conditions which would be in place governing the operations at 1220 North Price Road. After that, there's a couple of items formally to introduce as part of the public hearing process, and that's the findings and items for the record. Again, the findings, this is a permitted use by right in the light industrial district, and that is by intent based both on our comprehensive plan and our review in 2019 after the passage of Amendment 2. Both parties, the city and the petitioner, have agreed to pursue a special permit to govern the operations on the site. The mitigation plan covers design and construction, monitoring and review. The proposed use is furthers the goals and objectives of the 2006 comprehensive plan, and no additional variations are being requested as part of the site improvements. And then for the record, Mayor, if I can just enter 6 items. That is our 2006 comprehensive plan. The rules of the Department of Health and Senior Services, and these are the rules and regulations that were adopted back in 2018 under Amendment 2. And the city chose not to modify or lessen any of those standards that were adopted by the states. Several neighboring communities did reduce the distance standards. All of that decided to keep those distance standards as adopted by the state. So I just wanted to note that. The public hearing and affidavit of publication on April 25th, 2022. The staff memorandums to the Planning and Community Design Commission, specifically the memo on April 21st, 2022, which included memos dated back from April and March. The Olivet Municipal Code and Zoning Map, and then this presentation before the City Council on May 10th, 2022. Again, Mayor, just to introduce and acknowledge Matt LeBlair and John Pennington, they're up in the front row here. I'd be glad to answer any specific questions, Mayor.
For my fellow council members. Councilmember Waldman.
Mr. Trejo, if I could just ask one question, I haven't looked it up and you may not know it yourself. What is the current distance standards of 19 CSR 30 to 95 state statute? Do you know that?
Those are distance standards for churches, schools, and they're in this 1,000 feet. And those specifically were applied for the dispensaries, distribution. They're no different than the liquor standards for a liquor store.
Councilmember Clark.
With the smell of cultivation of marijuana, is it as strong as someone who smokes it? Is it the same kind of smell, or does anyone know?
It's a matter of personal opinion. I mean, yes, if you're sensitive to smell, you will pick that odor up. If you're used to that smell, you probably won't. In that site, and it's being just honest, in that site, their current facility, it all depends on the direction of the wind and where you're standing. And there.
Thank you.
So, I will note.
Please don't shout out. It's not appropriate. We're trying to hold a meeting.
In going to other facilities like this site and then around in the industrial park, you know, there are various smells that as you go down Price Road in that process. You get the sugar fire and the smoke smell in early hours. You have the onions and the grills and the Chevys at around the same time. As you get towards Auto Beauty Specialists, they do painting in there, and then you have design painting just to the north, and they all have similar odors.
Councilmember Chairman Pro Tem Carl.
Thank you. The Missouri Constitution actually spells out some things on medical cannabis facilities, correct?
That's correct.
And it says that a city cannot prevent one from locating, but it can regulate how it locates. Is that correct?
I think that's,
Why your legal opinion?
I'll let the city attorney answer that one.
Do not know the answer to that.
Okay.
I know that there is a section in the Missouri Constitution on medical cannabis, but I have not read it recently. If I can give me a couple of minutes, will.
I sure can, or I can quote it. I have it right here.
Very good.
Okay, it says no local government, and I'm gonna condense because it names out each individual kind of facility, cultivation, marijuana, testing, infusement, etc. But it says no local government shall prohibit marijuana cultivation facilities or enact an ordinance or regulations that make their operation unduly burdensome in the jurisdiction. So you may wonder why we agreed to have it by right. It's because we can't prevent it. Really. I'm not saying we don't, we do or don't like it. I'm just saying we can't really actually prevent it. So I think that just needs to be clear. So I'm just gonna say that's really all I want to say at this point is it is permitted by right, and that's
And I do know
partially why.
from a zoning perspective, no city could impose standards more stringent than the state, so you couldn't increase the 1,000-foot distance to 2,000. But communities were allowed to reduce those standards in there. So several communities went down to 500. And again, in the discussions with the council at the time, we thought 1,000 was an appropriate distance.
Okay, I'm simply trying to,
Mhm.
because I was on the council when we made that vote, and I'm simply trying to get it so that people understand partially why we did not have a different ordinance passed in 2019. That's all. So, okay.
And just point out that that is Article 14, Section 1 of the Missouri Constitution, I believe.
Councilmember Knox, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, thank you. I noticed earlier that a few people were looking for copies of the special permit, and we were out in the back. More have been printed and put on the back table. If you do want a copy of the special permit and Exhibit A, they are in the back. I hope that people are going to be patient. We have an hour and a half worth of comments that we're moving forward with, which will be followed by John Pennington, who owns New Growth Horizons, and he will then answer the concerns that you bring up, or he will share some responses to your concerns. So strap in, we've got a ways to go, and thank you for being here. I would like to share that we have received, that the council has received 40 emails from residents concerning this topic. Most of the resident emails were against the facility opening due to the concern of odor. Some residents stated in their emails that they wanted a stricter odor mitigation plan or requested more research be done prior to the approving of the odor mitigation plan. And a few of the residents wrote to say they were in favor of the facility. I'd like to inform everyone that that has filled out a speaker's card that when you come forward, you will have 3 minutes to speak. At the 2-minute mark, our clerk will tell you that you have 1 minute left. We are going to stick very tightly to the 3 minutes this evening. And you will also be only allowed to speak once. Once everyone has spoken, if you feel necessary to come back, we will have that option. But I'm hoping that people will say what they have come to say in the 3 minutes so that we can so that you also can hear from Mr. Pennington this evening. I will use the cards to call on people. And I'm gonna name people of 3 out. So if someone's in the community room, they could head over a few people early. The first 2 people that are going to speak, one is Morton Burdish, followed by Christina Hansen, and then followed by, and I apologize if I say any names wrong, but Song Yo. Okay, great. So those are the first 3 that we will begin with. And our city clerk Denise Mantle will give you the 2-minute mark. So Mr. Burdish, if you'd like to come forward, please state your name, your address. And we are beginning with Olivet residents only, and then we'll move to non-residents.
My name is Morton Burdish. I live at 8829 Chisholm Court. I'm a longtime resident of Olivet. I've donated over 30 years of public service to the city of Olivet. I also was on the board for 40 years. Unfortunately, I had a heart attack and I left the board for medical reasons. And then I was on the board for a while and then I got off. Anyhow, I went to the University of Missouri at Columbia, and I can tell you that all my roommates smoke marijuana. It is not a pleasant smell. When I went inside, I smoked it again. I went there in the late 60s, early 70s. We went through a lot of our subdivision. I don't know if you know the history. We went through the buyout deal in Walmart, which is a failure. Our subdivision suffered, our area suffered, and now we're coming back. There's brand new houses being built. They're building brand new houses on Hilltop. And I'm afraid this marijuana factory will decrease the property value of our neighborhood. So that's why I'm against it. If I was on the board at the time, I would have definitely voted against it. Thank you.
Christina Hansen. Thank you.
Christina Hansen, North Price Road. We are 14 and a half year residents of Olivet. First of all, I have a question for the city manager and city attorney. I would appreciate an answer following my 3 minutes. The medical marijuana of any type is still federally illegal. While Missouri has approved medical marijuana, and currently the federal government is not enforcing the illegality of marijuana, who is to say, has the research been done by the city of Olivet that the federal government will not revoke our funding and grants that we receive for our parks, our fire department, police force, and others? And I would appreciate an answer again at the end of my time. A year ago, on April 13th, 2021, Ordinance 279 was passed, adding Section 445 to our ordinances on urban agriculture. In this ordinance, it specifies that we can only have hens, a maximum of 6 egg-laying chickens, 3 beehives, bamboo setback 5 feet, limited to no more than 25% of lot yard area, with no more than 10% encompassing either the front or side yards. It goes on. However, you will notice that each of those are very, very specific. 6 egg-laying hens, 3 beehives, etc. However, the special use permit is very generic. It states, the petitioner will maintain a phone line for citizens to report orders, maintain written records, review and analyze records on a quarterly basis, et cetera, et cetera. And then it says,
There's 1 minute remaining.
and implement an order monitoring plan, which may include direction or advice of a third-party certified industrial hygienist. This should be a must. There should be very specific thresholds that the odor can go and the mitigation levels. If we limit the number of chickens and beehives, we need a much more specific special use permit. Thank you.
The two people following Mr. Yu, how do you say?
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Yeah,
Yao.
okay.
The two people following him will be Mr. Liu, Rongbi Liu, and Kim Good.
All right. First of all, I want to thank the council to give us this opportunity for hearing. And second, I want to thank all these fellow residents who came here on such a short notice. So first of all, I want to say, right, and we don't have enough time to review the permit request, right? Because I didn't know about this permit request until 3 or 4 days ago. I don't think it was publicly announced until late April. That gave us less than 2 weeks to understand this legal document, which is very complex. And so second one, and I want to talk about the order. And so I wonder whether there's any scientific quantitative measurement about the order level that is tolerable, that is health, that does not cause a health problem. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one is, have we gathered any feedback from other neighborhoods that have such facilities? To the best of my knowledge, right, and did some Google and on Facebook next door, and there are a lot of complaints from other neighborhoods regarding similar facilities. And so if this permit was approved, is there any way that we can revoke it purely based on the complaints? Because if there's no such a scientific quantitative measurements. And finally, and so I wonder, and the spillover effect. Okay, there are several business, not to mention about the residents in the neighborhood. And so say the Chevy, the CVS, not very far away. What if the order affect their business? And is there any compensation provided by the business? And so also, so I think earlier and during the
There's
hearing,
1
it
minute
says,
remaining.
all right, thank you. Talking about efforts, as long as the efforts were made to mitigate the spillover effects. So here I have two questions. How to evaluate the efforts? The second one is how to evaluate the outcome for the mitigation measures. So those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Liu?
My name Rong Di. I believe Mr. Sander,
You need to
Mr.
say your
Mr. Trejo, they remember me. You know, I'm very difficult to keep calm, even though some things passed more than 3 years. Because they are the city council, some of the member, some of them work for developer. They not work for the resident. They work for our labor, our community. So today I just very quickly share one story. In 2018, some of the members, some of the power person work for the developer. They try to get the permit approved. They stayed 1 story, this is 2 story as 1 story. They cheating to all of our residents. They publish on this website. And the design, the structure, totally against the city, Oliver City design principle. I say, why this get approved? They said, this is the design principle. This is not the code. So this is the city, Mr. Trejo, the city manager. They gave me the answer. So I would say they totally have low quality. If they want to work for some developer, work for some, they know because they very familiar with the code. They're very familiar with the procedure. They know how to use their skill to do for themselves, to do for the developer, not for the resident.
There's 1 minute remaining.
Another, I just remind you, Mr. the city manager. Last year, July 21st, you responded me and you said you will come back when you are vacation. But until now, I'm still waiting for you respond. I hope you can give me answer as you promised to me. This is last year. Here the screenshot. I hope you could work for our labors, our communities, not for some spare person, not to respond for yourself, for some spare benefit.
Following Kim Good will be Rekha Ramanuja and Ryan Bending. So if you're in one of the back rooms, please head over.
Hi,
Please say your
Kim
name and
Good.
your address.
I'm trustee at 8943 Hilltop Manor Court. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here. Hi, guys, we've been through this. I would like to encourage you to delay your vote if there is a plan to vote tonight. Obviously, we have a lot of opposition. I appreciate some of the changes that have been made, especially that we extend the special permit use to any successors. I think that's really important. And I have some same demand, same requests that we review the plan monthly or quarterly if there are complaints. 60 days is great to have a public forum, but I don't know that everything's going to come up in that first 60 days. And then my other comments are just some housekeeping issues. We were just shown a slide 1 and it said bill number 2972 at 1200 North Price. I thought it was 2975 at 1220 North Price. So just if we're needing to be on the record, that I think should be fixed. U City does require 1,000 feet from a residence of any cultivation facility in section 400-1495, section B2 of their zoning laws. So that is there. And I had one more, where is it? Too many stars on here. Oh, on exhibit A, number 3, part H. I'm assuming it's a typo, but it says operator shall attend a public forum. Maybe we can add a U and make it a forum.
There's 1 minute remaining.
Okay. That's really all I've got. I just, I understand this is probably going to go through, but I feel like we need to make it a little bit more controllable if things go wrong. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Hello, my name's Dr. Rekha Ramanuja. I'm a practicing child and adolescent psychiatrist and a member of this community. I stand with my colleagues at ACAP, which is the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatrists, in stating that adolescents are especially vulnerable to adverse consequences of marijuana use. Medical marijuana dispensing is associated with reduced perception of marijuana-related risks and increased rates of marijuana use amongst adolescents. I have treated children all over the city for cannabis use disorder, including plenty at Ladue High School. I have seen firsthand the deleterious effects of regular marijuana use, including reduced cognition, increased risk for and worsening symptoms of anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia. In order to prescribe a medicine, it needs to be done by an MD at a specified dose, concentration, and frequency. A responsible physician will then follow up regularly with the patient to monitor their progress and make necessary changes to their regimen. They will monitor for side effects and address those accordingly as well. So far, I only know one physician in the city that is knowledgeable enough about medical cannabis to reliably do that. Please do not let this facility come up. In addition to impacting the property value, it has the potential to negatively impact the lives of our kids and our families.
Thank you. Before you start, the next 3 people will be, following Ryan will be Raphael Tomidson and Nina Miller.
Hello, I am Ryan Bending. I live on Cherry Tree Lane in Olivet. I am against this permit. I've heard a lot here today about how a New Horizon has followed the proper laws about permits and stuff like that. And I'm fine with that. My question is, it says the council makes a decision on a special permit, so you're able to revoke that if you wanted to. My neighbor has been trying to get a pool in his yard forever, and it happens all the time. He gets denied. But here, it seems like we just want to get this done. And it seems like it's more about tax revenue than anything else. A second about, I read the amendment, what was it? The annual review. Basically, the annual review says, we'll let them look at it. They'll see, we might make a suggestion. There's nothing about non-compliance. If there was something about non-compliance saying that they're not following the odor, within a certain amount of days that this would be revoked, but I doubt that would happen. And second of all, last thing I want to say is about odor. How far does the odor actually travel based on wind patterns, low pressure? Does it go all the way down to Ladue Road? Does it go all the way down to Old Bonham? You know, it doesn't seem like anyone has given any information on that. And I think that's the most important thing. And pretty much everyone knows what the smell is like. It's like a skunk. Most people don't like the smell of skunks, especially when you hit one over on the road. So basically, my main point is you guys have the right to not approve this special permit. Like I said, I constantly hear that they're following the laws, but it says that you guys have the right to make the decision. Thank you.
Raphael?
Hi, my name is Raphael Timanson. I live on Newcastle Drive. I just want to say, you see the tremendous turnout that we have, not just in this room. The next room is standing room only as well. A huge number of people on Zoom, all for an event that most of us just found out about this weekend. It is clear that the consensus of your constituents is that we don't want this to pass. So I don't understand why we're trying to ram through a permit when your constituents don't want you to vote in this way. I'm sure if you held this to a vote of Olivet residents, 60, 70, 80% of people would say no. It's not going to be a 50-50 type of vote. To me, there has not been enough time. It's clear that when questions have been asked of the city council lawyer, we don't have all of the information that we have. When we've been asked about measurement of what the effects are or how odor is going to be measured, we have no answers to any of these. What is the rush? Why are we ramming this through quickly when your constituents don't want you to do this? I have deep concerns, as many of the other people had, that the economic impact, you can look at the tax money right away, but when you take away, you know, the unpleasant smell near many of our shopping areas, along with the decrease in housing prices, at least within that local community near Price Road, I think that the net effect is going to be negative. And if we did a true study on that, I think you would find that the true economic effect is negative. I did some research on that. I'm a professor at the business school at WashU as well. And I think that the science would say it's not there. And the last thing I'll remind you is that this is something that's illegal federally. The state of Missouri cannot force you to do anything that is illegal under
There's
the
1
federal
minute remaining.
government. And I hope you'll take into account all of these factors and vote the way that your constituents want you to vote, almost unanimously, which is to vote no on this permit, and at minimum, delay so that we can learn more and get the plan that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Nina Miller goes, the next few are Rebecca Rubin Shalansky, Boris Abadzayan. I hope I said that right. And then Leah Silverman Bernstein.
I'm Nina Schatzkammer Miller, 36 Pricewoods. It shocks me that I was unaware of this proposed development until seeing it posted by a resident on the Nextdoor app just over a week ago. I'm generally aware of projects proposed for Olivet, and it worries me that you've intentionally kept this one under wraps because you know that residents will be opposed to it. While canvassing my subdivision over the weekend, I didn't meet one neighbor who was aware that this was coming, not one. And I didn't meet one person that was in favor of it. Olivet City Council has worked hard to bring businesses and residential development to Olivet. It's difficult to see why you would want to permit an industrial scale drug operation so near restaurants, new apartments, and hotels without additional study and community input. I don't want to live in the center of it all, if that includes living amidst nasty smells. The location may be profitable for the owners of New Horizon, but lacking any buffer zone, it will be a blight for those who live and work nearby. depressing property values, discouraging further investment, and reducing the quality of life for all those who will be forced to breathe the lab's emissions. Depending on the day, the production schedule, and the wind speed and direction, that could be any and all of us. You should defer any decision on this proposal pending further study and community input. I am deeply concerned about the smells that are emitted from such production facilities. Problems plague residents around industrial-sized marijuana facilities. Smells can travel as far as 1,500 yards, nearly 1 mile beyond the facilities. I live just about a mile from this proposed facility. Not one member of the council lives within a mile. For those living nearby, the smells can be much worse and create eye, nose, and throat irritation, as well as difficulty breathing. The new growth horizon odor mitigating measures in the proposal are too vague and too basic. They're insufficient for a residential area. The council should consider the following. Establish a clear
There's 1 minute
definition
remaining.
of an odor nuisance. Without this, there will be no way to enforce when an odor becomes a nuisance. Limit the hours of production. Limit the bright lighting that's normally installed. Implement a molecular filtration system with an industrial ventilation approach that terminates rather than masks odors. Establish a complaint procedure or committee that is monitored by the city and its residents and not by the company. This complaint procedure should include monitoring with olfactometer devices paid for by the company and provided to residents at multiple distances from the city. Have the company deposit a bond that the city can use in the event that it has expenses related to odor mitigation, chemical leaks, or anything else that might affect residents. Delay a vote until such efforts to adopt and adjust the special permit make all these requirements clear. The city of Rock Hill discussed their proposal for an entire year from July 2019 through July 2020 before making a decision to go forward. And even after that time, and thinking they'd covered all the possibilities, Rock Hill Mayor Edward Mann was quoted yesterday as saying that indeed the city has fielded a lot of complaints about this company's facility in his town. I'm not opposed to
Excuse me,
development.
your time's up.
Okay. I'm not opposed to development in Olivet, but the city's first responsibility is to provide residents a healthy, safe, and pleasant environment. Every project should benefit the residents. I recognize that you have no experience in evaluating and regulating this type of development. Tragically, neither does the developer. He is not a professional in this field. And his partner is in the petroleum business, which is known for its detrimental environmental impact. For that reason alone, you should proceed slowly and cautiously before inviting this type of business into the city.
Excuse me, Nina, how much more do you have?
About a minute.
A whole minute? I can't.
Pennington claims that
Nina,
there's no
excuse me,
known
Nina,
adverse effect based on
Nina,
admission.
Nina, you can turn it in to Denise and we will put it into the minutes. We have, excuse me, we have 2 hours of these.
Okay, I
And
have,
we want.
I
and we
have
want
one
to-
more important thing that I don't think anyone
we
else
need
will
to-
say.
We need to hear from everybody.
Okay, let me say one more thing I don't think anyone else will say. So long as federal government stays on the fence, these places can operate. If the federal government goes back to enforcing controlled substances, the Controlled Substances Act, they'll shut it down and the plant will be subject to seizure. On the other hand, if they decriminalize it and it's classified as a drug, it will be the FDA that takes charge, and real drug companies like Pfizer and Merck, et cetera, will get the licenses.
I don't know how to follow that, but I'll try. My name is Rebecca Rubin Schlansky, and my family and I have lived in Olivet for 8 years. I'm here this evening
We need
in
you to state
favor.
your address.
7 East Villa Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm here in favor of enhanced and essential odor mitigation measures. I'm no expert in this field, but it doesn't take much research to recognize that facilities like the one proposed do emit awful smells. The Olivet community has had the benefit of time to see what other production plants, like the one locally in Rock Hill, as well as others nationally, have caused. I was a bit surprised to hear a quote in today's Post-Dispatch saying there's no known adverse effect based on the emission of smell. Well, that's a remarkable nuance because the emission is actually not the problem, but the ingestion. The statement disregards a lot of anecdotal evidence here in St. Louis, at Mr. Pennington's own facility and around the country. Time and time again, we've seen that when production facilities such as the one proposed are built without proper enhanced odor mitigation measures, we have a serious problem. I am urging the Olivet City Council to do two things this evening. Please include concrete language for what constitutes an odor nuisance in the special permit you are considering. The current special permit admits there are no parameters for such complaints on page 5. Insist that New Growth Horizon implement more than just basic level odor mitigation measures that are unique to cannabis production from the outset. To wait until there are complaints would mean a huge cost for New Growth Horizon to retrofit a facility and a huge time problem given supply chain concerns. In a conversation with professionals at cannabis facility construction Mosaic out of Chicago, we learned that retrofixes like these can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars with delays of 6 to 9 months. Now imagine these costs given the recent supply chain problems and cost increases. I am urging the City Council to reconsider how we proceed with this particular venture. I'm certain that we can benefit our community economically, but we have to do it in a way that protects and enhances the quality of life for those who live and work in this community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Following Boris will be Leah Silverman Bernstein, and then Vaughn Morel and Ernestine Davis.
Hello, everybody. My name is Boris Savajon. I live at the Apple Tree Condos right next door here. I have lived here for the past 18 years. My grandparents moved here in the early 90s, so I grew up within Olivet. I love my community. I am running in the upcoming elections for Missouri's House of Representatives to represent our amazing 99th district, newly formed, which includes the entire city of Olivet, Ladue, Clayton, Warson Woods. I'm here because I support the majority of the people that are sitting within this room. As an elected official, you know, you're supposed to take your constituents' opinion into consideration. And I am here to let you know that I stand with every single one of you, because a lot of seniors here within the community may have health issues such as asthma, and I am afraid for their well-being, health and well-being. And of course, I'm sure that the property prices will go down as well. And many residents may leave our city, be forced to leave because they do not agree. I love Olivet. I love our community, and I want what's best, but we have to have other options that will bring revenue to our district. And this is not the solution in accordance to many of the people that are present here. So please take this into consideration and the consideration of your constituents and our constituents and the residents of our city. And I just want everybody to be happy, and I want our community to thrive at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leah Silberman Bernstein. I was born here. 8822 Iroquois Drive. I am the chair of the Board of Trustees for Arrowhead Park Subdivision, the neighborhood immediately adjacent to 1220 North Price. A lot more homework needs to clearly be done here. I'm fairly pro marijuana, but that would be my choice. One of my neighbors who will speak soon, Senjuin, who lives on Iroquois very close to the plant, is a plant scientist. And he will report on how it smells like skunk because it's the same chemical compound that a skunk emits, not when it likes you. And along with some other deeply articulate, heavily accented, deeply articulate, so please be patient with him and listen. My curiosity is also about the categorization of light industrial versus agricultural. and wanting to understand why an indoor farm would be categorized as such. The issues for me in order of importance and for my neighborhood, and I've spoke with many of our constituents, is safety, number one, livelihood, number two, and quality of life, number three. The safety issues have already been outlined, and it's clear that there isn't a lot of data. But we also know that how our society tends to work is, you know, a van has a faulty part and a bunch of people die. And then maybe there's a recall and maybe there's information to the public.
There's 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Livelihood. If people are smelling like pot and they go to work, it's going to be assumed that they're smoking pot. And not everybody has that open of a mind, although they would smell like a skunk in that sense. So they could lose their jobs and it would be hard for them to find other employment. Kids going to school in that same condition is also of deep, deep concern. And our resident psychiatrists outlined those issues very articulately. Thank you. And if there's 1,000 feet away from a church or away from a school or away from a daycare, does it not also count where those children and churchgoers and children going to school live? Most of the time. Quality of life. Thank you.
Vaughn Morrell will be followed by Ernestine Davis, by John Kissel, and then Karina Voy.
Yes, my name is Vaughn Morrell, and I've been a resident of Olivet for almost 40 years. We think it's a wonderful community to live in. We see beautiful residential areas. We see commercial, industrial. I don't understand why our city council would consider a permit like this for something that could seriously, in my opinion, damage our community in terms of air quality. Odor, of course, is a serious consideration, but also it is a form of air pollution, and the medical effects of this may not be completely known. This is certainly an issue that I believe ought to be investigated more carefully. I'm certainly for progress, but I am not for progress that is going to be at the expense of the well-being of our citizens and the clean air that they breathe. And so at this point, I would urge the council to either reject or postpone the special permit until more investigation can be done.
Thank you.
Oh, my name is Ernestine Davis. I've been a resident of Olivet for over 47 years. I'm a retired registered nurse. And I was at the April 21st meeting. It wasn't 7 people here. Nobody in my subdivision knew anything about it. Okay, I'm 2 doors from the facility. Okay, I have great grandkids that come over and they play in the circle in the cul-de-sac. Okay, I got a new neighbor. She has a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old. I am concerned about my seniors in my area, with the whole subdivision really. And of course, the new neighbor, she doesn't know anything about this. And she has a 6-month-old in the order, okay? Also at the April 21st meeting, I asked, did anybody do any medical data on this matter about the order? Or did anybody contact EPA? I mean, what is it, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, about the air quality? Nobody said anything. Oh, I think Mr. Pilkington said that he was gonna talk to someone and said, asked that they've been to OSHA. Have they had anything from OSHA? And I haven't heard anything about anything from OSHA. Nobody sent nothing in the mail or anything. I haven't heard anything about that. And the smell, by me being a retired nurse, I've seen children just barely made it in the ER because their parents were smoking regular cigarettes, marijuana, and if they didn't get a breathing treatment, they would be gone. So I'm really concerned with the order and with the seniors and the children in the whole subdivision. And because when it comes out, and Mr. Pillington stated at the meeting, he was vital through Zoom. He stated that when it's harvest time, it really, really smells bad. And if we wanted to know anything about the smell and wanted to get a concept of smell, go to Rock Hill and smell it.
Excuse me, the next person is John Cassell. And that will be followed by Karina Foy, then Kate Hellman, and Daniel Me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the members of the council. My name is John Kissel. I live at 8935 Hilltop Manor Drive, just a couple hundred feet as the smell flows from this proposed facility. I'm a retired physician and an environmental activist. I wanted to speak to a couple of points that haven't I received much attention, I think. One is the safety issue. Someone from New Horizon was quoted in the newspaper as saying that there's absolutely no proof that this odor is harmful to human health. And that's a half truth. The other half of the truth is there's absolutely no proof that it's safe. And issues like this can be resolved with adequate clinical studies. They take 20 years and cost $20 million. That will never happen. Instead, we're the guinea pigs. Second issue I would like to point out is that there may be people living in Olivet far enough away that they don't really feel that they have a dog in this fight. But the truth is, what will happen if the permit is issued is that smells will continue. The company will do, a change from blue filters to red filters. The smells will continue. And eventually there'll be class action lawsuits in which the city will be named and all of the citizens of Olivet will share in the costs of settling those to the tune of millions of dollars. The final point I'd like to make is that environmentalists and environmental organizations now are very much attuned to the issues of environmental justice. It's clear that the effects of pollution have been visited disproportionately on low-income communities and communities with people of color. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. Aside from the block where I live, the community involved is a low-income community and has a disproportionate number of people of color. And so this gives Olivet the opportunity to write the latest chapter in a long, unholy history of environmental injustice. I think you should reconsider.
My name is Karina Eastup Foy, and I live at 3 Glen Mary Road off of Old Bonham. I just want to start out by saying that your guidance is coming from a comprehensive plan that is 16 years old. You know what changes in 16 years? Look at a child when they're born and 16 years later, what they're looking like. So perhaps, given what can change in that 16 years, consider that this plan may no longer align with the current needs of this community. No local government, you quoted, shall prevent this from happening. I can guarantee you that Ladue or Frontenac would prevent this from happening. Your PCDC sends out postcards to neighbors 30 days prior to the hearings when you are having anything architectural done to a home. Where was the notice to this community? Why are you operating in secrecy? So I would like to know the answer to that. I am a real estate agent and I do 96% of my business in the Ladue School District. Over the past 4 years, I've sold over $69 million worth of homes in this school district, and you are going to destroy property values for everybody sitting here. And you know what? We have all moved here to educate our children on the sciences. We have all been working for decades as a community nationwide to get drugs off our streets, and you are putting them in our neighborhoods, and you are normalizing it. We are dealing with an opiate crisis across the nation, and those are medications that are controlled and prescribed by doctors, and children are dying in the streets. Children are watching their parents die in the front seat of cars, and nobody can stop it. And you're putting this medical marijuana that is federally illegal in our community. I cannot fathom why any of you want this in your backyard. So I would just say that there's a reason these companies go in and out of business overnight. They're mismanaged, period. So we're going to be left with a stinking cesspool. I say there has to be cheaper, and this maybe is a better business plan for you. There is cheaper real estate somewhere else. Go put your facility out by the dump in Earth City. No one will complain of the smell.
Next, I'd like to call on Kate Hellman, Daniel Mee, and Walter Liang.
My name is Kate Hellman. I live at 800 North Price. I would like to first address my comments to the company. Just want you to all be aware of this turnout that we have in this room, on Zoom, and in the other room. This turnout was organized by a very small group of people in less than a week. You move forward if you choose to continue and think that Olivet is a great place to have your business. I think you should prepare yourself for the fight that will likely ensue. It was stated at the beginning that one of the preconditions that needed to be met for this facility was that it would not alter the character of the area. I would like to disagree. Again, here, character is not necessarily defined. So what is the character we want for Olivet? Olivet's mission or vision is a dynamic sense of place. Where this facility would be located, you better believe we're going to have a very dynamic sense of place if it goes into operation. I don't think that's what we want at the doorstep of our community. Those smells as people come in. You know, St. Louis likes to label places. I can only imagine the labels that will follow in Olivet as a result. So I would ask the council to do a few things. First, do not vote on this tonight. This needs to be delayed until there is more research. If there is any way legally to stop this organization from coming in, please pursue those legal grounds. If there is not a legal way to stop the facility from coming in, then it is the responsibility of the council, as you represent the people, to have assurances that a few things are in place. One, set up a measurable definition of a nuisance odor. At this point, no definition exists. Without a definition, it's purely subjective, and there's no way for us to say, oh, okay, now it's a nuisance odor. There needs to be a definition. Two, this filtration system that was presented by the company was given to a friend of mine who knows someone in the cannabis construction business. And he said flat out, this is not sufficient. So we need better filtration systems in that odor mitigation plan. And three, the hotline for complaints cannot responsibly be dealt with by the company. I think that's it.
The next person is Daniel Mee. If he's not here, MEI. We'll go on to the next one and then I'll have him if he's coming over from the community room. Walter Liang. Please.
Good evening. Thank you very much for hosting this tonight. I really appreciate it. I almost came to tears when I heard many of you spoke with passion, a love for our community. Let me ask, bear my ignorance, please. Are you, ladies and gentlemen, all like part of us, like residents of Olivet? Why are you ruining it? I'm sorry to be rude, but with passion, allow me. You heard all the good reasons. I don't have to repeat. I'm just asking, why are so eager to approve it tonight? The financial benefits, this whole thing potentially brings to this community. Whose financial benefits? The residents of Olivet or somebody? Why are we doing this? And then my last question, when was the last time you had seen this kind of turnout? Do you hear us? Do you hear the people? Do you hear us what we're saying? Meeting over, deny this thing.
Is Daniel has he come in? Chris Annabelle, followed by Sharon Annabelle, followed by Azam Ataran.
Hello, I'm Chris Annabelle. I live at 117 Collingwood Drive. Now, where were the guys who are putting this thing together? Will you raise your hands, please? I bet you guys are having a great evening tonight. Don't worry. I think you're going to get exactly what you want. I think you're probably used to that. I have a couple of things here that I've jotted down. A lot of people have done a lot of research. I haven't done as much research, so I can't speak as well as they did about it. One of the things they said that we will have reasonable mitigation. Once again, those are nonsense words. Who's going to say what is reasonable? Basically, you've been saying that we know that this thing is going to be awful, but we've already taken steps to do something about it. You said this is new territory. So if you don't know what you're doing in this new territory, why don't you just stay out of the territory? Avoid any headaches. The other lady talked about the filtration device. She hasn't, somebody she knows who knows a lot about it. I look at that and that means nothing to me. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else here, I'm sure. So you can draw a picture of anything and put it into some kind of a packet and tell us that that's going to be okay. We'll be all right because we drew a picture of something. Oh yeah, and so we can make phone calls and we can tell them, oh, I think this is a problem. I smell a bad smell. And they'll say, well, we don't think that your opinion of the bad smell is reasonable. Of our thing. Oh, and I want to ask these guys if they have a medical marijuana facility 3 blocks from their house. Now, and I'm sure you're going to come back and say, well, my area is not zoned for that kind of thing. I'd be happy to come to where you live and work together with you, and we'll be working on the same side to make a zoning law so that you can have that thing 3 blocks from your house. Thank you, everybody.
Sharon Annabelle.
Hi, I'm Sharon Annabelle. That was my husband. Obviously, we live on Collingwood Drive, 1117. I am just here because we've been Olivet residents for 11 years. We love Olivet. We love our community. And I have seen Olivet change and grow, and there's been progress. And I've been honestly impressed with how we're kind of turning our city around, and we're bringing in all these great new businesses, and it's going to be good for our city. This is not good for our city. It is not. And we all have the right to go outside of our homes and enjoy fresh air. I am going to be 3 blocks from these people. I don't want to live in Olivet. If you pass this, I'm going to leave. And it makes me sad because I love this place. And I'm just begging you to not vote on this tonight, to actually do some research and to figure out what is the purpose? I feel like you're putting profit over people. And we're here because we're your constituents and we're just asking you to hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 will be Azam Ataran, Boguslaw Lubecki, and Stanislaw Lubecki, followed by Walter Coe.
Hi, my name is Azam Ataran, and I live on 9102 Edward Drive. I am a biologist, and I worked in a lab for years. And the only thing I want to say, I have a 8-year-old grandson, and I think it have a bad effect on the odor in the body, especially of kids who live in this area. And as they grow up, they're going to get used to it. And I have no doubt they're going to go for more. And well, we have to put the first, not the profit, but the wellness of the people and the resident in our community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bogusława Lubecki. I live on 1210 Arrowhead Drive. I live in this Olivet for 27 years. I like this community. I don't want to move away if this process passed. And my question is, assuming that the Horizon will have a plan to mitigate all this odor, which we don't know, this never happened because they will be not able to seal the facility. Of course, will be a lot of complaints from residents and all these phone calls, what they want us to call. And Horizon will promise improvement, compliance, and promises will be going back and forth for 1 year, and nothing will change. My opinion is it's better to stop the beginning of the process at all and not allow this facility locate in our community. There is a lot of another empty lots in the Missouri. They can go somewhere else and not invade our neighborhood with this smell, pungent, skunk-like. We want the good quality of air. Also, I find out that in another states, California, in Denver, was a lot of complaints, and in the process of the complaints, after 1 year of this facility were closed, meaning why starting something which we can prevent beginning of the process at all. Another, I would like to know where Mr. Pennington is living, because he promoted this place for us, knowing that he probably lives in much nicer place, will be living in much nicer place. Regarding the smoke, people sometimes can misunderstood that smoking marijuana is different from odor, pungent skunk-like smell in the process of production, cultivation of marijuana. And this is the most important for us, not cause our neighbor will smell with this terrible smoke. Also, it was some information on internet that this pungent smoke can be detected more than 1 mile from the room of cultivation. And I am against this. I don't want to move from this place, but unfortunately, by the decision of City Hall, we will be able to not live here. And also, I think the City Hall doesn't kind of think about that they talking about revenue. The revenue is like criminal revenue, rather the revenue from the taxes from our houses. Otherwise, the value of our home will be go down. We don't want to.
Thank you.
Even we want to sell it, we will be not able to obtain the price like we're supposed to.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir, you're not next.
Oh. Okay, I have one question. Who will be making final decision whether to kick them out or allow?
You have to identify
Stanisław
yourself and
Lubecki,
your
12
address.
Tenero Drive.
Thank you.
So who will be making final decision whether to allow them or kick them out? Who will be voting?
We
City council, right?
we are voting on the special permit only.
Yeah, okay. Will be this voting secret or we will know who vote how?
Yes, we vote in public.
Okay, so we will see. You
Thank
started,
you.
your second. You are just started an avalanche of political local activism here. And I am afraid that we will vote you out if you go.
Walter Coe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Walter Cole. I'm living in 8900 Chickasaw. I have been here for 35 years and raised two great kids. And I have 15 points I want to address. Number one, marijuana is a federal controlled substance. City application acceptance contradict federal authority. Number two, such establishment is not compatible with single-family bedroom community. Number three, weed proven harmful to our young people physically, mentally, academically, and financially. Number four, growing weed will drain electricity and water with negative impact on our neighborhood in fire hazard. Number five, probably increased black market activities, criminal excursions, robbery of cash and plans. Number six, it may attract thieves to break in for cash for their addition. Number seven, longer law enforcement response time. Number eight, it may create a haven for weed smokers in the enclave. Number nine, that will devalue our property and break the community peace. Number 10, cannot imagine Alvet associated with weed for financial gain. Number 11, will Alvet have a future with more weed than coffee shops?
There's 1 minute left.
Number 12, if we infringe our freedom of fear. Number 13, City of Alvet need update marijuana grow location rules to better protect children from excessive marijuana marketing proven to increase highly detrimental teenage use. Number 14, marijuana grow is bad for Arrowhead subdivision, Alvet, Missouri, and America. Number 15, the final point. We protest and oppose city license approval for this business. Thank you very much for listening.
The next four people are Shante Cross for Clyde Cross, Giuliani Kolb, Clarence Lewis, and Andrea Cunning.
Okay, I had a lot to say. I was gonna waive this letter that my dad showed me. He lives at 8916 Comstock. My sister also lives on the same block. I live across the street from the bowling alley. So we're all affected. But you all spoke so beautifully. I don't even have to say anything else about anything because all the concerns I had, you spoke them. So I want to meet you with the law tonight. If you're voting tonight, that's fine. I would hope you would vote tonight and shut this down because I've been listening the whole time. And what I heard was, and I'll tell you the rest at the end to the people that want to build this. If I heard correctly, I heard that the city of Olivet has the right to deny this if it's unsuitable and incompatible with its surroundings. Did I hear that correctly? Was that correct? Did I hear that correctly? Okay, you can tell me later. Okay, so if it's unsuitable and incompatible with the surroundings, you have the right to deny it, correct? If so, then this permit must be denied tonight. You don't even have to put it off, just deny it. Because the odor from this cultivation process, my dad is steps from this place that you guys are trying to build. The odor from this is going to be both unsuitable and disruptive to him and everyone around, even me up here at the bowling alley. I'm going to smell it, okay? So since it's unsuitable and disruptive with its surroundings, it's definitely going to I don't care what chemical you put on it, I'm going to smell it, and I'm not going to come back to you later and say, oh, I smell something. It's not going to happen. We're telling you now, they're all speaking, we're all telling you now, we don't want it. Based on your own laws, you need to deny. You have a responsibility to deny it tonight. Again, it's unsuitable and it's disruptive. And those were your words. I heard them earlier when he was presenting. You said it, sir, when you were presenting. I heard it with my own ears. And that falls into that category. So you have to deny it. If you should choose to do differently, I humbly and respectfully say to you, the woman that says she wanted to do the fight, I'm fighting with you. And I do file my own pro se, per lawsuits. And I know what they say, but I'm nobody's fool. I'm reading you your law. So you can build it if you want to, but you're gonna lose a lot of money because you have my word tonight. A suit will be filed. It will be filed as soon as you permit this special permit because I'm reading your own stuff to you. You said if it's unsuitable and incompatible with its surroundings, and it is, it already is. There's nothing to think about. You don't need to do any more investigations. You don't need to do any more. There's nothing, it's unsuitable. This is what you said. It's disruptive. So you, the city of Olivet, have the responsibility to deny this, to protect the residents of this city. And if you don't, again, my name is Shante Cross. You can look up my lawsuit against United Airlines that I filed on my own, Cross v. United Airlines, and I won. Per se. So build it if you want to. You're going to be very sorry. I'm respectfully saying that to y'all.
Leon Kolb. Julian Kolb. Clarence Lewis. Clarence Lewis will be followed by Andrea Cunning and Kelechi Lloyd and Mary Easterwood.
Good evening. I'm Clarence Lewis. I'm at 8801 Iroquois Drive. I'm resident for about the last 30 years in the Arrowhead subdivision. I'm also a trustee, just newly elected. I really have come to really love our community very much. And I wanted to be on the board because I wanted to develop a sense of community engagement. And my concern with this proposal here, this plan, is what it will do to affect the cohesiveness of our community and bringing people together. Because you think about it, we have a very nice walking area for folks to just walk and socialize and get to know each other. And what I'm hearing from residents is the fear of the stench that will prevail in our neighborhood, which I think is also going to affect how we are able to truly communicate with one another and commune with one another, because, you know, we're all about connecting, correct? We're human beings. And with this stench, just think what's going to do to keep people from really socializing and connecting with one another. You know, I'm a licensed professional counselor myself. So I know about connection, okay? I know about attachment. I know about developing a community, because it's all about connection. And if you have something potentially that can cause this to cause people to stay in their homes because of the stench and all the other things that goes along with that, and the fear of you know, maybe health problems and all that kind, who's going to be outside? Who's going to be able to communicate with one another? Who's going to have a community that really can draw close to each other? So my concern is community engagement. And I hope that the council will take that into consideration when they decide to make this you know, business reality, because you know, we want to have a community. We don't want to have to be in fear that the smell is going to cause us to, you know, be isolated in our own homes and not be able to communicate with each other and just enjoy each other as a community. You know, I appeal to you all, because this is going to be something we're going to have to live with, it, you know, for all the times that this business is going to be in existence. And so my desire is to, you know, take this slow, and if there is going to be a mitigation plan, tell us about it, you know, educate us on this, because we don't know anything about how the process is going to be to mitigate this stench that's going to be there. And I hope that, you know, you all have time to make it happen for all of us, because it's important for us to be a community all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Mary? You're Andrea. I'm going to make a change real quick. There's a seat right here, if you don't mind. We have a young man from our community who is a student at, I guess, the middle school. So we're, and he's got, the bus comes early. So we're going to let him jump in front of you.
Ryan Tomatson, 809 Newcastle Drive. So when I was younger, I lived in LA near a pot facility, and the smell there was terrible. So I moved here in 2013, and I don't want to go through that again. So I will be the next generation of this city, and I don't want this marijuana plant to be here. So listen, yeah.
Thank you. Andrea?
Good evening. Andrea Cunning. I live off of South Price in the Chevy Chase neighborhood, 26 Enfield Road. Me and my family moved here 5 years ago, mainly because we heard that this was a good school district. And we found that to be the case, and we found the community to be wonderful. And we love living here. And I've noticed that, you know, since we've been here, Olivet is building these new parks, and there's a lot of community works going on. And I'm really afraid we're going to ruin it here. You know, why expend all of our tax money on new parks and that all of expansion, et cetera, when you're going to allow noxious odor, you know, in that same vicinity? Who's going to want to use those parks? It seems contradictory to, you know, some of the other public works that the council has undertaken. So there's an incongruity here. I don't understand the thinking, frankly. And I'm concerned because I don't want to move. We love it here. But, you know, if this goes through, my children have allergies and asthma. They live, you know, I guess it's probably less than a mile from that plant. We're not going to be able to stand it. And then, you know, sitting here tonight, I think the community members have articulated most of my concerns very well. But sitting here tonight, I noticed a few things, and it sounds to me like, number one, that, you know, although you have legal counsel, it sounds to me like there's some lack of a clarity in terms of that this business has an absolute right to do whatever they want on their land, because as somebody else pointed out, we can't even have 6 chickens. So, I think there are limits, and I think I would urge the council to take a closer look. Understanding that perhaps some of the legalities are, difficult, maybe even beyond, our council here's expertise. But, have we engaged outside counsel here? I mean, I'm all for that. I think you should take a look at those legalities, because there's a lot of legal issues. Not just with understanding, what they're absolutely right, like allowed to do and what you can limit, but what you're going to subject the community to. Because although I noticed that you passed an amendment to this bill tonight that is going to make it more difficult to bring a nuisance case against them, I think under common law, tort law, the community can bring a nuisance case, as they've done. And there's been these a lot of litigation against like Smithfields for their, the pig methane emissions. And I think this is very similar. And but that has subjected those communities to years of litigation. And, the city council won't be immune to that, because you'll be called in for affidavits and depositions, and it's going to cost the city a lot of money to come up with, document production and all of the paperwork that you've collected in this process right now. So I would urge you to take a look at that, and, maybe consider getting outside counsel and take a look at maybe what are your other options here? Thank you.
No, I stopped because people weren't listening.
Mary Easterwood.
I'm Mary Easterwood, 1328 Arrowhead Drive. I've been in Olivet for 32 years. I'm a registered nurse, retired, 40 years. I was an officer in the military where I worked with nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. In my nursing career, I ran sterile processing departments, operating rooms, recovery rooms. My concern with the medical marijuana plant coming up in our area are the health issues. Now, everybody has touched on the points, pretty lightly. Mitigation is after the fact. Okay, so I'm concerned with, I want to know what EPA has listed as regulation. I don't want to smell the smell. I just retired. I walk the neighborhood. That's right around the corner from us. I'm in that area almost every day. I don't want to smell that. It's bad enough I got the FedEx people in back of me with all the noise. Now I'm getting ready to get my lungs affected. And I put a garden in. I've had a garden for years. Now I got to worry about the chemicals that are going to be partialed off. I want to know what's in the plume. Forget the smell. Smell we can tolerate, but I want to know what's in it. I want to know the parts per million that are going to be allowed. And I want to know about mitigation. I have no problem setting my phone on automatic read down. I smell it, I smell it, I smell it. And I just think it's so unfair. There's so much open area in Missouri. Why do we have to plop this in to a residential area that's growing? We're growing. People want to live in Olivet. 32 years, I don't want to go anywhere, but I'm not going to tolerate an odor every single day without knowing what's in it. And we need to act before we need to mitigate anything. I want to know what's in it and the health effects.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next few is Kelechi Lloyd. Pat Hirsch. Are these people in the community room? Okay, I'll give you a minute to come over. Mia Hong. Bill Wang. Are you Mia? You can go next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mia Huang. I have moved to Olivet since 2016. And I really like this neighborhood with all the diversity like you see tonight. 1 week ago, no one or limited people knows about this plan until I post in Nextdoor. So I really appreciate everyone coming here tonight for such short notice. And I was laughing in the other room when I heard Mr. Trio compare the stink smell with barbecue sauce smell because he is telling us a joke. Buying the property here because this is a Ladue school district. Many of children, teenagers, pregnant women, families are living here because of good schools. My concern is our property value would definitely go down because the unfavorable smell. Think about it. Who is going to live and buy a house with all kinds of unfavorable smells? There is no specific restriction to control the odor and on all that paper you hang over to us. And this paper was issued on May the 6th, which is 4 days ago. Many of us have no or limited information about the plant. As a resident of Olivet, I urge the City of Council to postpone the voting process until our assistants have more information about this kind of facilities. I do against the marijuana industry in our community. And Mr. Pennington, we don't need your cash money, your taxes from you to build a place we call home. Thank you.
I am Matt Hirsch.
Okay, we're still waiting for Kelechi. How did you say that? Yeah. No. Okay, she can't do it that way. She can go online and raise her hand through Zoom. Fill out a card. Bill Wang. You can still fill them out.
Sorry if that was told that, yeah, people can still fill out
Okay,
cards.
so it's Matt Hirsch, followed by Bill Lang. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Matt Hirsch. I live at 9709 Fairgreen. I'm going to take probably an unpopular position here tonight. I actually just wanted to thank John Pennington and his team for working through these issues and trying to bring an opportunity to the city of Olivet. I'm a commercial real estate broker by trade, and I got to say that I'm a little disappointed that the city of Olivet hasn't been more pro business and welcoming. I get it. A lot of things that are said here tonight are conjecture, speculation. There's a whole bunch of fear that has not been recognized.
Excuse me. Everyone else had their turn. It's his turn. Excuse me. It's his turn.
But to
He
that
has the
extent,
floor.
we have an organization that wants to come here, work within the constraints of what the city is looking for. They're willing in taking the risk that if they don't perform, that you guys can revoke their license. I don't know what else we could ask for in an applicant. And frankly, it's congruent with what we've looked for with the types of use. And I think the city would be remiss if we didn't consider the tax revenue that these guys will generate on our behalf. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you guys in the neighborhood.
Bill Wang, then Zhang He, Shangguin Liu, Martha Webb, and Ed Clear.
My name is Bill Wang, and tonight I had a dream. I was sitting there, I had a dream. You guys, thank you guys for giving me a dream. I'm going to tell you the dream later. Just last weekend, I was on an airplane. I flew to Durham, North Carolina to attend the graduation of Duke University. While on the airplane, I was chatting with the guys on my left and right. And I said, where you from? He said, he's from Kentucky. And everybody said, wow, we love your chicken. And then the guy on the right was from Buffalo, New York. And we said, oh, we like your wing. And that's why I had a dream. I was depressed when I said, I'm from Olivet, Missouri. We don't have anything to sell. And now I have a dream. And next time on an airplane, and the people ask me, and I'll say, I'm from Olivet, Missouri. And people were screaming, wow, we love your marijuana. So members and Mayor Whale, if this is the future of Olivet with the legal and moral responsibility that you guys to have to the people of Olivet, would you be proud of that? Next, let me clarify some issues that the marijuana industry intentionally try to confuse with innocent people, because not everybody is deep in science research. What is medical marijuana? Anybody know what is medical marijuana? What is the difference between medical marijuana and recreational marijuana? Exactly the same, exactly the same. You're taking marijuana, I say, hey, why are you taking marijuana? For fun, that's recreational. And I say, I use marijuana to treat my headache, for example. Wow, you're taking medical marijuana. Medical marijuana, exactly same. Another term they use is CDP. What is CDP? I asked around because what is this meeting for? This is not for marijuana, for CDP, cannabis derived product, exactly is marijuana. Okay, and the research showed chronic use of marijuana for 2 years, it can shrink your preorbital gray matter, which is the part of the brain to help people to make decisions and help people to analyze, impulse control, all these kind of things. For 2 years of using marijuana, people drop their IQ by 9 points. And the worst thing is, if you stop using marijuana, the last point of IQ is not coming back. The damage is permanent. Okay?
Your time's up.
You didn't give me a 1 minute warning.
No, we have not been giving them.
All
We
right.
stopped giving them because no people were talking right through 'em.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I almost done. Give me 5 more seconds. Okay. I don't want to, we have a sign here that Olivet is not a weed city. And we love our mayor, Whale, and I hope in the future you won't turn into a mayor weed. Thank you.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Martha Webb. I live at 1136 Collingwood. I've been in Olivet for over 30-something years. I've had 9 grandkids to graduate from Ladue High School, have went on and became very successful young people. My issue is with the marijuana. I've never smoked marijuana. I listen to the kids say, you mean back in the day? I said, when we had the real stuff that wasn't mixed up. I said, I've never did it. I had no reason to do it. I could be silly. I could be whatever you want me to be without it. But my thought is this, that I think about, I have a daughter that has CP, which is cerebral palsy. And I think I'm in this neighborhood. I've been taking care of her. She'll be 58 years old. She was supposed to live to be 12. I've been taking care of her all these years and in good health. And I think now, if I live here and then she has to smell this and maybe leave this world because of this scent that she's in. And me, myself, I'm 82 years old, will be 83 years old. And I thought, This is not the way I want to go. I never did it as a kid and I don't want to do it now. And I do not like smelling. When I ride down the street and I see and smell it, I'm like, do they have any idea what they're doing to themselves? But as I say now, please, let's think about what we are doing to our nation, our kids, our world. This is not the way we want to go out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Could you state your address?
Jen He. Yeah, so good evening. My name is Jen He. I live at 738 Harvest Lane. I'm currently a professor of environment engineer at WashU. So although my specialty is in water wastewater treatment, I do teach air pollution to students sometimes. So I think I have a little bit of knowledge about air pollution. According to my 20 years research experience on pollution control, the best way to control pollution is not to produce it. Yeah. Okay. And compared to water wastewater treatment, air pollution control is pretty tough. The difference is collection. When we produce water or wastewater, we send to the sewage pipe, then send to the wastewater treatment plant, we can do the treatment. When something happens in this room, unless it's airtight, it's hard to collect that. Unless there's only one outlet, it's hard to collect that. I'm pretty sure those mitigation strategy or method can reduce odor because those odor control technology is pretty mature. And I gave you example in those indoor pig farm, chicken farm, they use all kinds of advanced odor control. You don't have to walk close to it. I guarantee you're gonna smell it, right? Something gonna get out. So I think such a facility, if in a remote area, fine. It's fine, like a few of our neighbors talk about, but in a center of residential area, look at a few blocks away. U-City is building a Costco. We're building a marijuana plant. I just don't think that's the interest of the people who are sitting here. Thank you very much.
Changwin Lee.
Yeah,
Liu,
thank you.
And Ed Clear will be next.
Okay, I know even though my English is not clear, but my logic is clear. Yes, okay, so manager, city manager, I'm very glad to get your letter, but I want to know, you see, well, the order is not harmful. It's not harmful. We are from the human state. I don't know, how can you get this conclusion? I read many papers about marijuana. I got a PhD from Mizzou, plant physiology, especially focus on the metabolites, the toxin, the medical plants. So for the order, actually, just last year, 2021, the paper identified that's the cell, you know, cell is toxic, but before that, all the publication, they say it's terpenoid. Terpenoid maybe it's not toxic, but the cell, it is. Okay, that structure, exactly the same like the skunk spray, you know. From CDC and all the public research, I cannot find the toxicity of the new compound because it is so rare. Nobody invests money to research on that. But for skunk, the cell, it has a lot of documents. It's toxic. It's toxic. Yes. So think about it. You say, wow, it's no concentration. Okay, I can show you no concentration. When you cut off the onion with your daughter, your wife, your tears down. Do you think this is safe? Yes, okay, that's a businessman just for money. You know, politician maybe for the facts. You will say they will manage their well, use a filter. Let me tell you, filter. I research for chemistry with many people.
There's 1 minute left.
Yes, carbon filter. Very quick. My point is not unique. It can suck moisture very quick. Do you will increase that every?
Penguin Lee? You're Ed Clear? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ed Clear. I live at 1318 Arrowhead Drive, and I live about maybe 5 blocks away from where this facility is going to open up. And Mr. Pennington, I'm sure you're a solid business person, and I'm sure that you're just doing what you think is right and what your living is. But one of the things that Mr. Trejo talked about tonight was a special permit use, and one of the things it can't do is alter the character of a neighborhood. And I've heard other people talk about that tonight, and it's one of those things that isn't definable. But I'm a father of 5 kids. We all live in Olivet. I've lived here for almost 8 years. And I look at this young boy over here, and I was talking to them while I was waiting to come up here. His name's Common, and his mother says, is it okay to ask her to be okay with her son potentially being sick? And again, there's nothing that's definable about what the smoke or smell can be or won't be, or where it's going to go, or what the wind is. But there are learned people in here tonight, biologists, psychiatrists, counselors, doctors, that have all said that, prolonged exposure to this really causes problems. But one of the things I get back to when I look at kids like Common, or I think of my own kids who stand on 3 different blocks every morning to go to school at the 5th grade center, the middle school, and the high school, is this. It does alter its character, because tonight I see plenty of my neighbors here. I see Leah, her kids go to my wife's practice where she's a nurse at. I see Mr. and Mrs. Lubeski. She's out walking every day. I say hi to her when she goes by. I see Mr. Lubeski outside tinkering around with his truck, or he's driving up and down this huge hill with a bike. Very impressive, by the way. I couldn't do that. Mr. Lewis, I met in the first year I was here, walking around. I see him every day with his small grandkids that are in his yard. And I say this, if these people
There's
are,
1 minute left.
thank you. If these people are forced potentially to leave because they have health issues, or their property value is plummeting, or they don't want their kids to be exposed to this because they're waiting for school buses, or it's not good for their health. How does that not alter the character of a neighborhood when people who have lived there for decades have to leave, or feel that they have to leave because the council doesn't take into account their constituents' wants and needs? Mr. Lubeski said it perfectly. You guys are here because we put you here. You guys can be gone because we can make sure that happens too. And that's not a threat. That's a right that we have to vote for that, just like you guys have the right either not to vote tonight and spend more time researching what this facility actually is, or you can vote tonight against what seems to be a majority will of the people to be against this, and bear the results. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have gone through all of the cards, and we now need to see if there's anyone on Zoom. I saw some hands raised earlier, and I think they finally put them down, but let's give them an opportunity to see if they want to speak. There is one person that would like to come over. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Hanson. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, there was a delay there. First, I would just like to say I'm impressed with Mr. Talejo's ability to stand in one spot for so long. On the Zoom, I can see that he's standing there while everybody else is sitting, so that's pretty impressive.
Bill, 1 minute. We're having trouble hearing you. Hold on.
Okay.
We need you to state your name and your address and
Okay.
then start.
Sure. Bill Hanson, I live on North Price. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, if you could speak maybe just a little louder, Bill, I apologize.
That's okay. Rarely does anybody say that. Let me start over again. I just want to say that I'm impressed with Mr. Talejo's ability to stand in one spot for so long. Everybody else has been able to sit or move. And on the Zoom, he's been standing in that corner, so that's pretty impressive. I'd also like to state that I am not against the New Horizons facility being located in Olivet. I am very concerned that any business can negatively impact the quality of life for Olivet, our citizens, our businesses, and guests. Exhibit A of the order mitigation plan provides a good basis for the special permit, but it doesn't include several things, several of which have been mentioned, so I'll go pretty quickly. One of the big ones is thresholds. For when the planning and community director can determine that something needs to occur. We need to have specifics in there. There's no details for concentrations or frequencies or duration that can be perceived. So again, it's up to perception what can happen. And it doesn't list any tools or they can be used, only that a third party can be brought in. A simplified way to resolve a lot of this is to include the details from the special permit from the Chapter 6 air quality standards, definitions, sampling, and reference methods, and air pollution control regulations for the entire state of Missouri, Section 10, CRS 10-6.165, restrictions of admission for odors. Why this section is not specifically for marijuana manufacturing, it does provide a very detailed framework that can be utilized. What I'm requesting this evening is what several other people have done, is that City Council delay the vote for Bill number 2975 and modify the bill to include the details stated above. This will allow there to be less chance of a lawsuit against the city and provide very clear directions and obligations for both the city and the business that is trying to join. Thank you.
Bill, we missed some of your points because of the volume. Do you have them written up that you could email them over tomorrow?
I would love to do that. Yes.
Thank
And that
you.
way you'll also have the specific section from Missouri regulations that we could base the special permit on.
Excellent, thank you. Send them to Denise Mantle.
Okay.
Our city clerk, thank you. There's two more hands that have been raised on the Zoom. I just have to get Bill back. Okay.
Andrew, I'm going to transfer you to a panelist. Andrew Schwartz, I should have said, sorry. If you just want to, if you want to unmute and turn on the video, that'd be great, Mr. Schwartz.
Unmute. There we go.
Hey, we got you.
No, we don't.
All right.
Please state your name and your address.
All right. Yes. My name is Andrew Schwartz. I live at 18 South Covington Meadow Road. I've been a resident of Olivet for over half a century. And I have two things to add that I don't think anybody else has raised. Number one, if I remember correctly, the new Gateway Greenway bike path is going to go right next to this marijuana facility. So we would be affecting not only the Olivet residents, but also, a lot of other people in the county who might want to use that bike path. Number two, there's been a lot of discussion about smell or aroma or, one person's aroma is another person's smell. And so I guess some people don't like the odor of barbecue, or maybe some people don't like going to work and smelling like French fries if they live behind McDonald's. But it's subjective. But what's not subjective, if you go to the airport and you're trying to get on a plane and you smell like marijuana, they're not letting you on that plane. You're going to miss your plane. So think about that. You better take a change of clothes to the airport if you're going to try to get on your airplane. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Joanne Dixon, I'm going to move you to a panelist. Did it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Ilian Zhilaskov. I'm a Olivet resident for about 20 years. My kids grew up here, and we like the neighborhood, and we like to keep it that way. One question that I have for the representatives of the company tonight and for the city council is, we're talking about financial incentives and tax revenues. Well, has anybody actually made an estimate of how much this is worth to us? Because I didn't see that number in your papers. I'll cut my piece short tonight because everybody else mentioned everything else that I needed to talk about. Thank you very much.
Cards in the back of the room and fill it out.
Joanne Dixon, are you wanting to speak? I think you should be able to speak now if you just unmute yourself. Stephen has his hand up. I'll be promoting you to panelist. Stephen, there you go.
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Stephen Yen, and I am a fourth grade student who lived here for 7 years. I recently heard there was a marijuana power plant being built. Are the people who are affirmative on starting a marijuana power plant wanting profit over so many lives in Olivet that will get affected? Do you want a skunk smelling power plant with defective filters in a nice neighborhood like Olivet? No, we do not. Marijuana is illegal. If you want to place a stinking factory in Olivet, don't do it. Place it in a landfill. The odor is unbearable. Do you think I would go home saying, wow, such a nice smell? Of course not. The people who want to build it in our neighborhood because they don't want to smell it in their neighborhood. If you want to build a marijuana power plant, build it on your property. You can't build something in our neighborhood without our consent, or that's just plain communism. Some people move here just to escape the stench of the city. Now you are making this another city. Why spend all our tax money for a drug power plant? Also, this is supposed to be a legit power plant for only medical uses. What about the people living in our neighborhood? We are not dumb. We don't want to smell a drug that we might get addicted to. Even the stench is toxic. Proper Cannabis deserve to go bankrupt by assembling a drug plant in our perfectly fine neighborhood, which definitely does not need a marijuana plant. I don't think my classmates would like that. That is why we should not have a smelly plant in our neighborhood. I bet the people who want a drug plant to the people who don't want one is 1 to 10,000. Thank you.
And are there 2 more people or?
Mary Ellen, I'm going to bring you over to promote you to panelist. If you just want to unmute yourself and turn on your video. There you go. Thanks.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Mary Ellen Anastas, and I'm at 1124 Indian Trails Drive. I am I have a 15-year-old young African-American son who will be driving in the next 6 months. And it could be a very different situation when he gets pulled over by the police and he smells like marijuana. So I think, I will be concerned enough when he starts driving, but I don't need the added worry of how he's treated should he be pulled over or confronted and he smells of marijuana, of no, and it's not his fault at all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Carla, I'm going to promote you to panelist. Just want to unmute yourself and turn on your video. That'd be great. It's Carla. There's no last name, so. You just need to unmute and turn on your video. Is there anyone else who would, on Zoom, who would like to speak? If you want to just raise your hand. Let me just get Carla. Let me just fix Carla, okay?
But could you go in the back and get a card?
Carla, I'm gonna
Thank you.
move you back to an attendee, and if you want to raise your hand again, we could try it again. It looks like that's all we have. now.
Okay, so we have one more left and then we will move on to the next piece. You. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Becky Marbarger. I live at 20 Pricewoods Lane, just about 3/4 of a mile from there. The one question I want to ask that I haven't heard is, since we are putting in a legal drug facility in our neighborhood, are they going to provide extra police and security for our neighborhoods? That's my question.
Okay. Thank you.
Carla, let's try it again. I just promoted you to panelist. You're unmuted.
Okay.
There you go.
Let's
Thanks.
see. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. My name is Carla Hargrove. I live on 8931 Chickasaw Drive in Olivet. My concern is, it seems as though we've been discussing the ability of the plant to actually be in Olivet, but it also seems from reading the information that was provided that that is not what we're here to really vote on tonight. What we're here to vote on is whether or not you all will allow this facility, who constitutionally is able to be in that area, to get a special permit to actually do more mitigation to eliminate smell. So my question is, if you all don't vote to approve the special permit, whether or not this just means that this organization can still move forward with their activities and they just won't be required to do anything additional to mitigate the odors that are emitting from the facility. Because it seems like I said, it seems like we're really focusing more on not wanting the facility in the area, which I totally understand. But tonight, it seems that the vote is really about whether or not we're going to require them to do extra things because they're already authorized to do that. And ultimately, with you all stating that we voted on Amendment 2 in 2006 to not require a special permit, it seems as though if we voted down not to offer the special permit, they can just proceed without doing anything extra to eliminate the smells that will permeate our area. So help me to understand if that is or is not the case, because it seems like that is what we're really voting on. And we may be a little bit off the mark as far as what we're going to be doing here tonight and what we can accomplish.
That is
Thank-
that is correct. And Mr. Pennington is going to be speaking next, and he can address that further.
Okay, thank you.
In his remarks. Thank you.
Mhm.
So at this time, I'm going to request that Mr. Pennington's been really patient. He's taken a lot of heat. He's taking a lot of questions. No, he's had a lot of questions thrown at him. I've been seeing him writing diligently. And what he's going to attempt to do right now is answer a lot of your concerns. Okay. And I believe are we still full in the next back room? Are we still pretty full back there? Can they still hear us okay? Okay, so Mr. Pennington, John Pennington is the owner of New Growth Horizons, and he's going to come forth. And what I'm going to request of you is to give him the same patience and respect that he's given you this evening. Excuse me, please let him speak and answer the questions. We have asked him to be a guest here tonight at the City of Olivet, so that we could hear his feedback, so that we can become educated to make the proper decision. Barb, don't they have to be to the side?
Good evening. This is a tough conversation. Most of you don't know me and probably don't want to get to know me. There's very little I can say tonight that's going to change your opinion on me, on my business, my partners, my background, my morals, the lack thereof. I don't need to sit here and give a biographical background of who I am. I'd be happy to at any given time. I've got 4 kids. I grew up in the drug treatment space. I've got a team of 150 employees. 8,500 people have applied for jobs. There's 185,000 patients in Missouri who are dealing with something. Some of them may be here. Sometimes we may just have to agree to disagree. The reason why we're here tonight, and I think Carla spoke very well to the point, is we're here to engage. We could, by right, apply for permits tomorrow and begin building without anybody's consent or approval or conversations. But guess what? That's not why we're here. Because if you've spent time understanding the special use process, what you're getting out of us is a group who will do this as much as you want. Got to look at the facts. We'll never agree on whether or not marijuana is going to cure cancer. Stephen, the young boy, very eloquently said, I'll never convince his classmates. I spoke to somebody yesterday The topic went as such. You get 9 adults in a room of your best friends and family members, and you'll never agree unanimously on any topic. And her response was, well, in my culture, you put 2 people in a room and you'll never agree. And we each have 5 opinions. And we laughed it off. So, what do you want me to say? So, I didn't pass the zoning law in April of 19. I appreciate the brave people here who also are facing criticism on as such. So we're all here by the same set of laws and circumstances. So, as you can see, the banter will continue, right? So what I don't want to do is sit here and try to debate. I don't want to sit here and try to change your opinion of me, my company, but not one person has asked us, what are our processes? We get here. So with all due respect, what I don't want to do is rant and rage and defend a position that you'll never agree with. At this juncture, I was going to introduce a specialist who we brought in, who's an industrial hygienist. I'm not sure if the folks will agree with him. My architect has been patiently listening as well. I'm not sure if you will agree with him. Right? So we've got choices to make. I appreciate your guys' opinions. Thank you for showing up. But at this point, I've got no further discussion. Thank you.
At this time, excuse me, at this time, we're going to be closing our public hearing. I'd like to ask for a motion in a second. And then I will open, and from here on out, there will be no more discussion, public hearing. It will be a chance for the council to ask questions of Mr. Trejo and Mr. Pennington and his team.
Madam Mayor, do you feel like we need motion prior to discussion of tabling? I want to have a discussion on that. We want to.
Do we need to have a motion in a second in order to have our own discussion, Mr. Martin?
Technically, you should have the motion
need
in
to
a
have a
second,
motion
and then
in order
discussion.
to-
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure people understand the process.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We have to have a motion on the floor and a second in order to have open discussion amongst the council.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, and we always make motions in the affirmative. Madam Mayor, I make a
Excuse me.
motion.
Can I just interrupt for a second? I did not understand exactly what you were saying. If you want to move to continue it until the next meeting, you may do that. You do not need to make a motion to approve the ordinance tonight.
That cuts off discussion of, once the motion for tabling, it cuts off the discussion of the
Of
bill,
our
correct?
question.
Oh, so you're suggesting my terminology was incorrect. I shouldn't say, I should vote. for additional.
If you want to move the table, you can move the table. If you want to have discussion on tabling, then technically, you're not supposed to do that.
Okay.
You're supposed to move to approve the motion and then have whatever discussion you want to have. And if that leads to a motion to continue it until the next meeting, that's fine.
Okay. That's what I want to be sure I understood. So, Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Bill 2975, an ordinance authorizing a special permit approval for indoor marijuana cultivation and miracle marijuana infused products manufacturing at the site addressed as 1220 North Price Road, second reading and public hearing. The request to convert and operate a medical marijuana. Am I reading the right, Bill? Okay, request to convert and operate an indoor medical marijuana cultivation and marijuana infused products manufacturing facility in a majority of the building located on 1220 North Price. The petitioner is requesting a consideration of a special use permit as it means of a collaboration with the city to adopt written procedures for mitigating any odors that are generated on site.
That's good. Is there a second?
I will second it for discussion purposes.
Thank you. We have to have the motion on the floor in order for us to have an open discussion amongst the council with Mr. Trejo and Mr. Pennington. Those are the Robert's Rules of Order. That's what we follow. Okay, so Mr. Trejo, we have questions. We'll start with you, and do you want me to start with you or Greg? Who would like to go first? Missy?
My question is to Mr. Pennington.
Okay.
I asked my question, Mr. Trejo, with regard to what is the distances of 1,000 feet. I have a question to Mr. Pennington.
Mr. Pennington, will you come back up, please? Thank you.
Evening, sir. So as a liaison of the Planning Community Design Commission, I have overseen this process. People say they didn't know. I'm aware that over 200 homes were notified by postcard and by after we realized that there could have been some US Postal Service failure to deliver postcards. The city then spent postage with an actual envelope and a letter. You all got that letter because you've all admitted you got that letter if you were within the certain area of the perimeter of this particular industrial court area. 200 letters went out from PCDC and for tonight, okay? Those of you that don't live in that surrounding area, and Carlos, remind me how many feet we normally do and how you extended beyond the normal requirements of our city, you can't address in a minute. The rest of you are here because of Nextdoor and the social media situation. That doesn't eliminate the fact that you didn't get noticed, but those that did not live in that area, you must be aware 200 letters went out, not just once, twice. Okay, so I don't want to hear that we didn't know at the last minute. We have had a very transparent and a beautifully redesigned website. We have a wonderful communications manager who has blasted this information out. And if you were connected to anything related to Olivet, Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor, yes, that's how you could get your information. So for me to hear you didn't know, then to me, you're not electronically connected. And I know my age and I know what I'm doing at work. And for the youth, they're totally socially connected. So just to address that for a minute. Mr. Trejo, what do we normally, Mr. Pennington, please be patient. Mr. Trejo, what do we normally use as our perimeters for notifications on any issue of development or anything such as this normally?
Our policy has been 300 feet. The ordinance requires 185 feet.
Okay, ordinance requires 185. We're doing 350. And did you do above and beyond 350 for this?
Given the nature of the proposal, we notified everybody north of Alice and then north of the Chisholm Court, I think it was, or Comstock.
Okay, and that's beyond the 350.
Yes.
Okay, so the city has done a very fair effort of correspondence beyond what is normal. I want you all to understand that. That's really just a message I want you to understand now, because what I'm hearing is, we didn't know, we didn't know, we didn't know. Well, there was a lady here that admitted she's been at the PCDC meetings and she's been there, sitting there and listening. So I wanna put that out that no, you didn't know. I can't accept, because I know what we've done and I know the perimeter's beyond it. Now, Mr. Pennington, I've spoken to an environmentalist myself. I've done my own work. And if you folks don't think some of the questions you brought up were not questions that we had ourselves, believe you me, they are. And they have been. But we also recognize that it is what it is. The Constitution, the laws of Missouri, the regulations, yeah, the hands are tied. And how do we work this out together? The biggest thing I read in every email that I got was mitigation, odor. Mr. Pennington, I'm going to go to Disneyland. Literally, I'm going to Disneyland, folks, where kids go and families go. I learned that at Disneyland, they spray out something, maybe it's called EcoSource. I'm not sure. I didn't get connected back to the gentleman that was telling me about this, but they spray out an emission of something that totally eliminates the ability to smell odor. They're near a swamp. They got a bunch of sweaty bodies. They got stinky food that's getting cooked. You've got diapers and things in trash cans that are out in the open. And what they said to me is there could be pure mitigation of odor by spraying this out in the air. I'm not familiar with it, but I want some information about it. Excuse me. Please let her speak. Excuse me. I don't know what this is, and I don't know if you're familiar with such a product, and that if that would be a product that you would use from the get-go. I hear the concerns of the smell of mitigation, and you got to smell it first, or is there not a way to be able to deal with mitigation and come up with something that doesn't allow the smell? So learning about this product at Mickey Mouse Land, I'm saying, I think that's something that I don't know much about. Do you know about it? And is it something you could use? Excuse me. Want to hear his answer? I want to hear his answer. Please, I want to hear his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Waldman. There's many ways to mitigate odor. I think first and foremost, what I heard today, and I think what we attempt to do and we follow in our standards is making sure that the health and wellness and safety of our employees, our team, the surrounding community is upheld. We've got massive standards that we have to follow. We have a constitutional law that has requirements that are rather large. We have annual meetings with the state that require us to follow procedures. I think a big topic of tonight is probably the difference of opinion on marijuana use in general. But the EcoZone product is readily available. We've investigated. It's something that we would consider doing. And I think that there's likely as many people out there who wouldn't like that smell. That's always the challenge with some of these mitigation plans is you'll never satisfy everybody on what that mitigation process looks like. But we've looked into it. We would consider doing it if that was something that the city would like. But I wouldn't sit here and say that everybody would like that.
Well, my response back, with all due respect, is if they're doing it at Mickey Mouse Land, and I've been to Mickey Mouse Land quite a few times, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sir.
Excuse me, Missy has the floor right now. Councilmember.
So,
Walden.
so my thought is if it's in Mickey Mouse Land, I've been there a few times. I've never been aware of it. I have never been aware of this. So it is a question that I have, because while they're saying, don't go so fast, let's look at mitigation, let's look at order, let's look at what we can do before you build.
Right.
You
And-
know-
And that's what the process that we've presented and discussed with staff is that this is inclusive, that we engage in a design team with engineers who have done this. And that's what we did at our current facility. That's what we've continued to improve. That's what we would do here. So again, it's hard because we got spotlights on us and I get it. But it's just a situation where I don't think that most in the audience will agree with that process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That is the one question I had. Thank you.
Well,
Do you want?
no.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, well, I would.
Chairman
speak-
Pro Tem Carl.
So, first of all, I want to say that I have no desire for a stinky marijuana facility in Olivet either. But reality may be that one needs to be allowed to, I don't want to say stinky. A marijuana facility need to be allowed here. And what I've looked at through this entire process is if that is the case, truly the case, then how do we best mitigate this? Okay? How do we best mitigate this? And please let me speak. Thank you. I let you speak. And you made me lose my train of thought, which again, doesn't help the discussion. It may make you happy, but it doesn't help the discussion, right? Okay, so what I've tried to look at through this is how can we best be in a position to interdict as quickly as possible if there are any issues? Okay? And we looked at an ordinance like has been brought before us that is handled through the nuisance code. That's what Rock Hill has done. Okay? They have an ordinance that says you can't let it beyond the boundary of the property, just like U City does. Okay? But they have to enforce it through the nuisance code, and there is no mechanism other than going to court for them to really do anything about it. And that's certainly reactive, right? And certainly adversarial. It's both, okay? I have no reason to suspect that he is not a man of good faith at this point. All right, everything so far I can tell he is, but again, trust but verify, right? The way we have done this is under the recommendation of our attorney as far as a better method than exists in just using the nuisance code. And that is to put it in certain regulations in the special use permit, which is what we're attempting to do. Okay. And those special conditions allow us to proactively be involved, which would not have been in the nuisance ordinance. Mr. Pennington is agreeing that we will be involved in the design process with our own independent specialists, because you very correctly said, we are not experts in this, but we will employ specialists at his expense that represent the city. That is not in the Constitution or the Missouri regulations. The Missouri regulations, as I understand them, say that on these facilities, say that they must have an industrial hygienist involved and engineers and architects that are familiar with the process, but nowhere does it say the city gets any input into it. Okay? What we're doing is saying by this special use permit, we will be able to put input into that process, and we will have expertise to understand that and try to, people that are familiar with this situation. That is what the special ordinance or the special permit is trying to do. It is trying to give us a better regulatory mechanism over this than we would otherwise have. Okay. That also includes the reporting process run by, again, the petitioner, but the issue is you can still call City Hall and complain. And because we say we won't review it for 3 months, that just means for no other reason, 3 months goes by, we'll review it. That doesn't mean we won't review it in 3 weeks if it is becoming a problem. If we suspect he's not logging every call, if we suspect whatever. Also in this special use permit, it allows the city, again, I believe at Mr. Pennington's express, I'm trying to remember this correctly off the top of my head. Glad to go research it exactly, but again, I'm under a little pressure here. Is to get in front of anything, right? He would have to install monitoring devices. This is all, he's already agreed to all of this in the special use permit, right? That if the zoning director decides that we need more information, then we'll be able to do that. That would get us information, I think, quicker than taking it to court. Maybe getting an order that they have to put that up. In other words, I'm not going to try to summarize it all here because I did not get a chance to actually prepare this statement. I'm speaking off the top of my head. Okay, I tried to take all of everything everyone said and listen, and I'm trying to respond off the top of my head right now. So forgive me if I make any minor misstatements. But it would allow us to get out in front to contact Mr. Pendleton. It allows a process proactively for us to come in and recommend and bring in again our own specialist, recommend additional mitigation factors and if necessary. Now, what it still gives us the power to do is shut them down. Okay. It does give us the power to shut them down by revoking the special use permit. All we said when we said we wouldn't prosecute it as a nuisance is if they are following what? Okay, let me finish again. We did let some of you finish. It is our, again, I'm not even saying that, I'm simply trying to say how we're trying to mitigate all of this. Finally, we can still shut it down, which we could do under the nuisance code. Eventually, maybe. And then if we find that is the case, we can still go after them under the nuisance code at that point. So I don't feel like we've lost any capability as far as how we would mitigate this. That is the approach that we are looking at in what we're doing here for a number of reasons. And let me again simply say that I've tried to explain where we are and why we're looking at this particular mechanism. However, there were a lot of comments, a lot of notes taken. I would still like some time to consider them. Okay, and so I'm going to request that we continue. Is it continue the correct word? Technically, it's continue. Continue the conversation.
Councilmember Knox.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad everyone's here. For some of the people that don't know me, I protected this city for 41 years. And I just I can't take my hat off and not protect the city. One of my things that we all cherish are our children. And I still do that. I still catch myself driving by Old Bonham School and Logo School because in driving through Hilltop, people say that they're from the Hilltop area. They live in this area. Well, I still drive through the city like I'm still patrolling the streets. And so I do care. I've cared about this city since 1978, when I began working here as a police officer. And I will continue to investigate what the things that we need to do to make this work, if that's what we choose. But I want to assure you, and someone said that they can vote me out, well, go ahead. But I care about every one of you in this audience. I cared about everyone who spoke tonight. I learned a lot. The thing that I love about this city is the diversity, the schools, the people that aren't afraid to come up here and speak what they have to say on whatever issue. And I also believe that we need to table this and continue to get expert advice, because I'm not an expert. That's all I have.
Councilmember Clark.
When I came here tonight, honestly, I wasn't expecting such a welcoming crowd. But I was prepared to, keep moving forward with this. But after listening to the passion that comes out there, it did give me pause. I've lived here 50 years, my whole life, basically. I'm not gonna tell you how old I am, man, never tells you that. But I've spent my whole life here. I love my community just as much as you do. I've raised my kids here, and hopefully my grandkids will be raised here. But doctor, I listened to what you said. I listened to you, and I listened to you, doctor. And I listened to a lot of you and what you had to say. And I just want you to know it doesn't fall on deaf ears. None of us here in the council. I do think that there is some more research that should be done to make sure that we have covered every corner and lifted every branch, and made sure we owe that to you. I didn't get in this chair through osmosis. I got here because you put me here. But at the same time, if you want to vote me out, then do what you need to do. But I'm proud to be here, but I'm going to do what's right for the city of Olivet as a whole. And so I agree with the rest of our council members that we should table this until we have exhausted every effort to make sure that we're doing what's right by you all. Okay.
So as the mayor, you always call on your council members first, and you speak last. And I will tell you, I feel very similar to them. I took a lot of notes tonight. I have like a booklet here. And I would like to look at some of the potential amendments from suggestions you made. I would like to, people say delay the process, but it's not delaying the process. It's allowing us an opportunity and the gift of time to process more and to come back. And what I'd like to do is to table the vote in order to look at additional information to continue tonight's conversation. But none of us would be sitting up here if we didn't care. And don't think that we haven't been engaged in the process. When PCDC, it went to PCDC for a good month and a half before it came to the council. So when Missy said that, if people weren't aware, it's been on our websites, it's been in our social media. And I know that John Pennington took the time to meet with the trustees of Arrowhead. And so there's been movement. It's not been a well-kept secret. And I hope that when there's, that that we've been doing our homework. We've all been over to the Rock Hill, the Post today called it a pot farm. I don't want to call it that. We've all been over to the Rock Hill Industrial Court. We've all been over there. We've driven around. I was with Council Member Knox. We spoke to residents whose houses backed up to there. So we've been doing our homework. And I just, like I said, we wouldn't be here if we didn't care. We did listen tonight. And I would like to, can the mayor make a motion? I'd like to make a motion that we table this that I'm gonna say table. Continue this conversation at a later time. Are there any more questions for Mr. Pennington or Mr. Trejo before we call for a vote in that manner?
I have none.
Okay. We have to vote to table it? Okay.
Vote to continue.
We're gonna vote to continue, but I'm not, do I need to put a date to it?
Tabling is putting the matter on the shelf with no intention
Okay.
of bringing it back at any time in the future.
Okay.
Continuing it is continuing it to a
Okay.
specific date.
Okay. And I want to thank Mr. Pennington and his team for sitting through all of this and listening tonight. And I hope that we have an opportunity to have conversations with you to become more educated. So if there's a second,
There was a second.
there was a second. Thank you. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. And thank you for staying with us for the past 3.5 hours. We still have 9 items. If anyone wants to sit through and hear more about what's going on in the city. I would take a nice water. Thank you. Love a copy. Thank you. And where do you live?
89 Chicken.
Okay, I was on your street. When I drove around and with Council Member Knox, we went over there.
I know who you are.
We drove If you're planning on staying, please take your seats. Otherwise, we're going to continue with the meeting.
Yeah, yeah, I'm building a house here, blah, 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 you know. There are enough other people said it.
If you're planning on staying, please take your seats. If you're planning on visiting, please head out to the lobby. We need to continue with our meeting. Thank you. Your retirement party.
Oh, Maxine, here's your water.
Are you a recorder? Oh, okay. Are you new? We had council.
Yeah, well, yeah, everybody. I would. Yeah.
Yeah, like. Did you use yours at all?
Yeah.
So the ISIS doesn't help because the ones-
Yeah.
Barb.
Well, they got more people. No, you don't mess with her. Wait, get this on the roll, baby. I'm just so thankful that everyone in the audience came up with the wheels.
That's a line of the night.
Don't do Will Smith, though.
They weren't coming. I can guarantee.
He had to have been, and I had- Okay. Zoom, have we resumed taping? Oh, great. Okay, I believe we're up to now, wow, item number 7 out of 17. So
Item
we're gonna
number,
pick
we're
up
on
our
8.
pace.
We're on 8.
Oh, excuse me, we're on 8. That's
No, I thought we were 13.
item number 8, please.
Item number 8, Hankins Construction proposed change orders PCO 5 and PCO 7 totaling 29,183 and 14,852 respectively for the park improvement project at Stacy Park.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a little foreshadowing earlier with these change orders. There are 2 change orders or 2 change order requests that are wrapped into one change order. Both are for Stacy Park. The COR number 5 is for the soil remediation in 2 areas. It's at Stacy Park. There's a lot of wet soil there. They had to go down pretty far and that had to bring in more rock. Change order number 7 is for the costs associated with changes to the downspouts at the new pavilion. The downspouts were engineered to go inside the columns, be on the outside and then kind of go on the inside and come down. St. Louis County permits that as though it were plumbing. And so we had to change that design, and it had an additional cost of $14,852. So with that, I would request approval of these two change orders, knowing that the one, number 5 for the soil remediation is covered under that 100,000 site improvement contingency. So that's actually in the budget.
Are there any questions?
And the 14,000 is because the county has its process and we need to comply with their process. And
It was, they were issued, we were unaware that they were going to issue a permit for that under their plumbing code, because we just saw it as a downspout on a pavilion. And we kind of talked with them about it. And at the end, it's just, we just agreed to make the changes, get the permit, and then make the change order. Wouldn't say we necessarily agree with that, but at this point, that's the best way for us to move forward.
Are there any other questions?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve Hawkins Construction proposed change order PCO 5 and PCO 7 totaling $29,183 and $14,852 respectively for the park improvement project at Stacy Park.
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Waldman,
yes.
Councilmember Knox.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed.
Next item, please.
Item number 9, resolution number 2022-223, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a license agreement with Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission for the install and maintenance of ornamental lighting along Olive Boulevard. Thank you. As the memo indicates, this is an agreement. Missouri Highway and Transportation Commission governs the right-of-way along Olive, governs Olive and that right-of-way. In order for there to be the city to do any ornamental lighting along that, we have to have an agreement with them, what they call a license agreement for the install and the maintenance of these lightings. We had one when we started the project on the east end, and what MoDOT is doing now is they're having these license agreements run the whole of Olive through a municipality. So you'll see kind of on the map that is a part of this, that they have a kind of running this whole length. And so that's really all we're doing here. Nothing's changed from what we've had before. It's moved all along the Olive Boulevard corridor. I will say also one of the things that MoDOT has gone to electronic, all DocuSign documents. They're paperless. And so although we will have a signature tonight on this, the actual signature is the reason you're authorizing me to sign this is because it's easier for me to do the DocuSign. The city attorney will have to do the DocuSign as well as Denise.
Discussion? Councilmember Waldman?
Thank you very much. Ms. Sondag, is this for both sides of Olive Boulevard through our entire boundary of all of that?
Yes.
Is there any intention now with regards to putting, I mean, I got the impression that we're getting ready to do something over there from this document, sometimes something that's moving forward leads to something else.
It has to do with the Oliver.
Okay.
They applied for ornamental lighting.
Okay.
And MoDOT said, no, we have to have a license agreement with the city.
Okay.
The Oliver will continue to do their lighting and they'll follow our lighting guidelines.
Okay.
But this is really just the way MoDOT's.
Okay,
doing it now.
okay. Something tends to precipitate something else and something else. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
I'm
is
not
the
sure
real?
why
Sure,
I don't know why
okay.
when mobile did it,
Yeah.
why it didn't kick it in at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any more comments or questions? Sure, come up to the mic.
My name is Kate Hellman. I live at 800 North Price. I'm totally fine with you approving the lighting. I just have a proposal, I suppose, is for the city and for Planning and Design Commission to consider lighting that limits light pollution, light trespass, specifically because of some of the things that I think the council is aware of with dark sky communities, migratory birds. The ornamental lighting that spills up like this is not great. It's much better to have down lighting. So it's just that recommendation to take that into consideration when considering lighting options at both the city level and within Planning and Design Commission. And I don't know if that's maybe part of your lighting strategy already.
We do have ordinances that or regulations that govern some of the lighting. We are working on the streetscape as well as to have the standards for lighting. And we are working with other folks on that.
Thank you.
The other thing I would, in case you don't know, is that Stacy Park was voted dark skies.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
so.
Mhm. Great. Yeah. Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve resolution 2022-223, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a license agreement with Missouri Highway and Transportation Commission for the install and maintenance of ornamental lighting along Olive Boulevard.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed.
Next item, please.
Number 10 is resolution 2022-224, a resolution consenting to the transfer of certain real property in connection with the Gateway I-170 tax increment financing redevelopment project.
The city has been approached by the developer. Greg Gowitz is here representing all of the Gateway area. With regard to the ownership of the currently being the constructed apartment complex. They have requested a transfer of the consent to a transfer of the multifamily development to a new developer known as OC Lot 4 Ventures LLC. OC Lot 4 Ventures LLC is 80% owned by, is 80% made up by Greg Miowitz and Rusty Keeley. And the other is part of the Keeley firm. The purpose is to obtain construction financing for the multifamily residential property. The important part in this is that they are not assigning the redevelopment agreement to the new Lot 4 owner. And so if they were reassigning any of the requirements of the redevelopment agreement to that lot owner, then we would, it would be a longer process and we would have to do a public hearing on that. However, they are not doing this, and we've had worked with Mark Spikerman with Gilmore and Bell on this agreement. It is a typical thing to have happen for properties such as this that have a number of different lots that they may have different LLCs operating them. And as I said, Greg Gowitz is here if you have any questions for him.
So somebody better have one question for him since he had to sit through all evening and wait for this moment in time. Thank you, Councilmember Waldman.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Yowitz, could you come to the
Mayor.
podium?
Does this in any way change the CID and the revenues from the CID of your development?
So this activity actually has nothing to do with that. However, our SID district board just held a vote, which will be coming forward to you to remove the apartment building portion of the lot from the SID because the apartment building generates no revenue for the SID. And so it is common practice, which we'll present at a later date, but I'm foreshadowing that, that we'll be pulling that part of the lot out of the building just where the apartments are. This action tonight simply allows us, we're setting up separate LLCs for each one of the entities for each one of the lots. And that OC Lot 4 Ventures, Olive Crossing Lot 4 Ventures is Rusty and I, members of the Keeley firm, related parties that are investing with us. And everything has to be independent. So a separate loan for the apartment building, which will, after you vote, close ideally either this week or next week.
Okay, so here's my next question.
Hit me.
If it's not part with the CID and the revenues from CID, when there's maintenance and have to take care of the apartment complex, street, pavement, whatever, lighting, what's going to pay for it?
So that, what we're talking about taking out is simply the area of the building of the apartment units,
Okay.
not the streets,
Okay.
not the public space and
Okay.
not the garage,
Okay.
but that'll come
Okay,
later.
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and we're not asking for approval for that tonight.
Sure, and I'm asking potentially some futuristic questions, and I apologize for that, but curious minds. Okay, and that's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Councilmember? No.
Mr. Yowitz.
Yes, sir.
I see a lot of movement going on down there right now, and I can see things coming out of the ground. How long will this project take to complete? Your estimate, I'm not holding.
I can give you the definitive, which is that we are scheduling people to move into the apartments, I believe in August of next year. So that's when that building will be complete of 23. After my value engineering meeting tomorrow, I would tell you our first retail building should be complete and open by April of next year, barring any other issues with the pandemic and supply chain problems. And I hope to be finishing a plan for the other 2 retail lots, hopefully in the next month or so. And then that would open late, let's say May of next year, probably could be June, depending on some negotiations. The real variable here is the office market, which is coming back. And our inability, not inability, it would be unwise for us to spend millions of dollars on plans until we have the number of tenants. So that's where I can't give you definitive, but I'd tell you in my estimation, we should be wrapped up in 24 with everything. So about 2 years.
One last question.
Sure.
When am I going to be able to get some coffee and meet with my peeps?
So if everything goes as well as I'm hoping, I had a coffee tenant who unfortunately for labor issues backed out of, we at least about 98% negotiated until about 3 weeks ago. And he called me and said, I'm sorry, I can't do this. I have another one. It'll be a one of a kind. It'll be spectacular. And I'm really excited about it because it's being modeled after somewhere not in this country. And so it's really all I can say for right now, but trust me, I get lots of calls about when are we getting coffee? I'm not getting paid rent. So let me tell you, I am very motivated to get a tenant back in that space as soon as possible, comma, and I'm addicted to caffeine and I need it back in the building.
Will they have donuts?
I'll buy you a
No, I don't
donut.
think so, but they'll have some stuff that's pretty amazing.
They don't have donuts. I kill it about coffee.
I'll put a note in that donuts might be a suggestion.
That's part of the DNA with me.
All right.
But thank you.
This is, happens after 10:30. Let's-
Exactly.
Okay, no, after 10.
There's a flask of bourbon under the
Okay.
dais here.
We love you, but we're. gonna take a
Just very
motion.
quickly, I just want to note for the record,
Yes.
which I already said to you, which is they've broken the record for the number of people brought to City Hall. You're not number 1 anymore.
I am happy to be number 2.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Can we, I would be happy to entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve resolution 2022. Resolution 2022-22-4. It's, okay, I see. what's wrong. Yeah, all right, yeah, I see. Resolution 2022-224, a resolution consenting to the transfer of certain real property in connection with the Gateway I-170 tax increment financing redevelopment project and authorizing the city manager to execute such contracts or acknowledgements as necessary.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor. Yeah. Motion passed.
I have one more question for Mr. Yawit. Is there a time when maybe the council can put on some hard hits and you'll walk us through the property? Okay. Okay. I will reach out and schedule something. Thank you. Okay. Next item, please.
Item number 11, ratification of the purchase of a police vehicle and approval to the exception of the Olivet purchasing policies.
Major Andruski was going to be here this evening. Unfortunately, she was ill. She was on listening to the meeting up until about 10 p.m. when I told her she should get off. So I'm going to go ahead and take this for her. As the council is aware, you approved moving some funds from a capital improvement from the virtual reality training to a new to a vehicle that could be used for different types of uses. It would be an unmarked vehicle. We were able to find a vehicle. There is very difficult to get police vehicles right now. These are vehicles that are have been set up for a special use, and we were able to find one. It is a Dodge Durango, and it's in Troy, Missouri. It was actually ordered by a police department, and then it was never picked up. They canceled the order. And so we, with the authority, knowing that we had, you had approved that purchase, and I spoke with the mayor and the pro tem because we needed to kind of move quickly to get the vehicle, or otherwise we were going to be waiting until ordering the FY23s, which wouldn't be coming in until January or February of 23. We went ahead and purchased this vehicle. So what I'm asking you for tonight is a motion to ratify the purchase of the police package Dodge Durango and approve an exception to the city purchasing policies. Happy to answer any questions that you might have on that.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to ratify the purchase of a police package Dodge Durango and approve an exception to the city's purchasing policies.
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 12 is approval of community center name and logo.
Parks Director Beverly Tucker Knight will be speaking with you. You had a similar kind of discussion at work session or presentation, I should say. Beverly, are you going to run it from there? Yeah. All right.
Oh, wait, I have one here. I have one here.
I'll turn that off so nobody sees your password. Should be. All right.
Let me see. Way for me, I believe, to go first.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Beverly Tucker Knight, Parks and Recreation Director. So this evening, we're here to look again at the community center name and logo that you saw at the work session, to sort of take us back, kind of remind how we got here. So we are embarking on opening our new community center and telling the story of our special community center and what it will provide for the community, because it's more unusual than a typical fitness facility. We have a fully embraced the community aspect of it, and we have some wonderful features that are a little unusual for Missouri. So we are finding a way to tell that story and elevate everyone's expectations. So we enlisted the help of Pfister Communications, who helped us with designing the city newsletter, the Olivet Parks and Recreation Activity Guide. They developed the Park Master Plan logo, which you see here. And in doing our Park Master Plan in 2018, we really looked at all the parks, and we had our core tenets, and one of which was connectivity and helping people understand that we have 5 parks, because we learned through our preliminary survey that a lot of people in Olivet didn't know we had 5 parks. They didn't know where the parks were. And a lot of people thought Stacy Park actually was a county park and it wasn't, operated by the city. So we learned a lot. So connectivity was one of our core tenets of that Parks Master Plan. Increasing our biodiversity, celebrating our native habitats, all of those were part of this beautiful Park Master Plan. And the fact that the residents were very dissatisfied with our current community center was also identified in the Parks Master Plan, and that led to us embarking on the task to create a new community center and envision that. So the logo we used for our Parks Master Plan told the story of our 5 parks. So was represented by the oak tree symbol there, with each circle representing a proportional size of the 5 parks in Olivet. So when we embarked on creating a new community center name and telling that story, we again engaged Pfister. We started out with our small design team and gradually grew, bringing in more and more people as the names narrowed down to, so we went from the inverted pyramid down to what we have for us tonight. So this has been vetted with staff, with Parks and Recreation Commission, with the Parks and Recreation employees, and with the City Council when we saw it at your work session. So as we all know, in 2020, Proposition 3 approved the bond measure to renovate our parks in the short and long-term goals and to build a new community center. And the mission in Olivet is of the Parks and Recreation Department is to create community through people, parks, and programs. And we strive to do that through active participation in lifelong learning, enriching our community members, bringing health and wellness, community involvement, and recreational activities. So the new Olivet Community Center challenges us to reimagine what it means to be a community center. We are celebrating the fact that our community center is in a park. We're very lucky that it's in Worson Park. It's not in a strip mall. It's not in a built up area. So we are very lucky in that. We're bringing the outdoors in through our design, through our materials, through actually using some of the trees that had to be harvested for our greenway and for our park renovations. We're reusing some of that wood in the community center, which is very exciting. We're creating community through the activities we have there, through the open floor plan, and through everything being multi-use and providing a versatility. So we have a lot of exciting things that are unique. So we have an indoor playground, we have our indoor walking path, we have our learning kitchen, we have esports coming in. So all sorts of wonderful things, in addition to the traditional things of a fitness center and a multi-purpose room. So how do you tell that story? The way we chose to tell that story is embracing our natural environment and our location in Worson Park. So the name the committee came up with is 5 Oaks on Worson. 5 references our number of parks, and it connects them with the community center and also ties it back to that original master plan logo of our celebrating our 5 parks. The oak is a Missouri native tree. It's in addition to that, it symbolizes strength and longevity, but it's also a keystone species. It's the most important tree in hardwood forests in Missouri and in North America. So when you plant a tree and you want to increase biodiversity on your property or in your park, The oak is one of the best things you can plant. We also have a large pin oak that we're desperately trying to save in front of that community center. We are treating it, we're giving it love and care, extra water, extra fertilizer, because it's a very large tree. And even though pin oaks are suffering with the wasp gall, we hope we can be successful with that, because it's a beautiful specimen right in front of our new community center. 5 Oaks on Warson is easy to say, and it's unique to Olivet. We did a name search in the area and we found no conflicts. So why on Warson? That again, it's promoting that physical address. We are in Warson Park. It adds flair for when you have an event. You can say, I'm having my bar mitzvah, 5 Oaks on Warson. I'm having my repast at 5 Oaks on Warson. We're getting married and having our reception at 5 Oaks on Warson. We anticipate that the on Warson will drop off and be only used in formal communications. But again, it really helps set the tone of where this is. And it also allows us to sort of tell the story of everything that's involved in the community center. This is the original logo that was the consensus at your last meeting. It's the same one. It's the same one.
It's because I'm using it from that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry about
It's
that.
We're not sharing
Yeah.
the screen. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
issue.
So this logo, which was the consensus of each group that it's been presented to, is clean and bright and welcoming. It's a single tree right in the center. It has multicolored leaves. It has the 5 colorful leaves that represent the 5 parks and the diversity. You have the small green leaves that show the expansion and the growth of Olivet, both physically and through our population, but also through our programming. And really, the tree itself is sheltering the 5 Oaks and providing that support and that comfort. And it also is using the Olivet font, the same weight and size as the city logo, and the same colors. Now, when the council looked at this before, there was a consensus. Not everyone was in full agreement. And so we did take it back to the artists and asked, what would it look like if the yellow leaf went behind the O? So we have this for you now. This would be if you were to tuck the leaf behind the O. And then I have them side by side for you to see.
I think I'll go with the top one.
All right, well, that concludes my presentation, but now I'd love to answer questions. I believe there's someone in the audience that wants to comment, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say. You're welcome to come up and speak.
You have to do what you did earlier. You need to
Nina-
identify yourself in your.
Nina Schatzkammer Miller, 36 Pricewoods Lane. Did anybody see Gone with the Wind? If you did, you'll know that Ashley Wilkes' family plantation was called 12 Oaks. I think that there is a considerable part of our diverse community that might find naming the community center with a name so similar to a southern plantation a little bit offensive. And everyone is just going to call it the Olivet Community Center.
Question. Was 12 Oaks a fictionary plantation or was it a real plantation? Okay, that's all I had.
Are there any other questions or comments about the name or the logo?
This is Kate Hellman, 800 North Bryce. Nina basically said what I was sticking around to say as well, is that there was a concern about the close proximity of the name to the 12 Oaks plantation. Obviously, I do not come from the Black experience, but just a sensitivity to how that might land for some of our residents. But I also recognize that I'm coming in at the 11th hour on all of this, and that a lot of really thoughtful and great work has gone into this. Beverly and I had a conversation earlier today, so I fully respect the process, but just wanted to raise that sensitivity.
And I applaud both of you for looking out for the differences in our community and that you were thoughtful enough to even bring that up. I think that's important. I've got a little experience with the Black community. But I will say this, that is a fictionary plantation. It's from a movie. Me as a Black man, I would have never associated 12 Oaks with 5 Oaks. I think I was a child when I saw that movie. I don't even remember anything much about it other than, I don't give a damn, whatever it was that he said. You know, that's the only thing that I can remember from the movie.
Scarlett O'Hara.
Yeah, that part right there. There's going to be references to a lot of things that, you know, are uncomfortable, if you will, that have been on the screen and that are in our communities and whatnot. But I do think that this is very good representation of our community. I'll take the heat on it if anybody has anything to say to me about it and approving it. I'll stand behind it. I think that it was well thought out and well planned. I like the way it looks. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I can't say what other people may feel. I don't know. I can't get in their mind, but I'm just speaking from my own personal ideas on this. I think it's very clean and it's to the point. But that's just my opinion. I'm just one vote in all of this.
Well, I was gonna say something. Go ahead. First of all, I want to agree with Councilperson Clark. I thank you for, you know, because we do think we have a community that cares about the cross, whatever it is, cultural, racial issues. And we try to be sensitive to that. So I do, again, thank you for bringing the point forward. I, however, am going to rely on Councilperson Clark's reaction to it. And make a motion that the council to approve the name and logo for the community center. Oh, I'm sorry. you still wanna talk?
Before
I
you make a
still-
motion, we have someone on screen that would like to comment, as well as Councilmember Knox.
Am I up or down?
Go
Go ahead.
And I appreciate you coming forward, and I hope to see you more often at these meetings. But the one thing I want to say is when this building went up, I was here every day. They gave me a hat. I'd come every day. They haven't invited me to come every day to your parks and your community center.
No,
But
because it's
I
still a
am-
hole in the ground.
They know that I'd be there every day.
Not yet.
I am so excited about the parks, about the community center, and I applaud you as high as I can for you, your staff, your committees.
The coordination.
Yeah, fabulous, Beverly, fabulous. Thank you. And I do like it, by the way.
Bill Hanson is a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, and he has raised his hand. If you want to, can you bring him over for a quick sec? Because it's getting past my bedtime.
It's well past mine.
Oh, and actually, I was going to say I received an email from Kate, and I thought I had turned or put my hand down, but I just wanted to make sure that as a Park and Rec committee member that share the information that she had shared. So that was it.
Great, thank you. And Beverly, you know how I feel about this process and this project, and I think it's been amazing and it's exciting, and I just can't wait till our doors open. But first we got to get walls. So love the logo, but I've had more time to let it resonate with me since I was pretty early on. So, thank you. Is there a motion on the floor? Missy, did you want to, are you good? Okay. Okay, we had a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote. Councilmember Waldman,
you know, I'm uncomfortable with this name, but I'm also very grateful, as everyone has expressed, you're amazing. So, because I respect you, I won't vote no, but I am not comfortable with this name. So I will support it because I know it's what my peers really want. So that's my
But For the
position.
people sitting here, but your discomfort has nothing to do with the previous discussion?
Correct. It has nothing much to do with a relationship to,
Gone with the wind.
look, my cousin did the Titanic and I said, Mark, it's 3 hours. If it's as boring as 3 hours of Gone with the Wind, I'm not watching the movie. So, you know, that's
Okay.
my position about Gone with
Okay.
the Wind. But no, it is not based upon a fictional name. And I would always, you know, take the thoughts of my fellow council member who does live the Black experience. So, you know, I will support it because you're phenomenal. I'm just still not, it's still not resonating for me. Yay, it's a yay.
Councilmember Knox,
Big yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you, Beverly.
Thank you.
And thanks for being number 12 on our agenda. and
She's,
your patience.
and she's also,
I'm
yeah,
lucky
she's also
13.
number 13.
Oh,
So here we
that's
go.
right. Lucky 13. Keep us moving along. Next item.
Document destruction, Parks and Recreation Department.
You got a move or something coming up?
I'm here to answer questions on the document destruction if you have them.
This was in the packet. You're throwing away.
We are getting rid of registrations that are more than 5 years old and facility reservations that are more than 5 years old. There's a list on here if you'd like to see. Yeah, and it's within the document destruction guidelines, of the state of Missouri.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just may have missed.
I would
this.
That's
like,
okay.
I would like to entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve secure destruction of documents listed in memo dated May 4, 2022.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, Chairman Carl.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed.
I would like to acknowledge that Sue Rich was also here and she was a part of the process with the Parks and Commission with the selecting of the logo and with discussion of the logo and the name. So
And
thank
quite
you.
appreciate you staying till,
And thank you.
yes.
Okay, next item, please.
Hearing from citizens, part 2.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak? Are you joking? Are you what? No, no, but someone's hand behind you went up. So Kate, are you for real? Well, come on up. And Christina can go. Okay, and is there anyone on Zoom? We still have 11 participants on Zoom. They're staying with us till the bitter end.
I think they fell
Okay.
asleep.
Put your mic on, Sue.
You have to put your mic on.
If you want others to hear you, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to echo some of the things that I heard tonight that I think would be worthwhile for the council to address as a whole. And that is the notification given to residents for topics like this, where it's clearly a very controversial topic. And I mean, I would have to imagine that probably there was some awareness that it could likely be very controversial. And I just wonder if there's a policy that could be put into place when controversial topics like this arise, so that notification is given to the public in a broader scope, so that people don't feel like they have been left in the dark. Yes, information is on the website, but people just don't go to the website to check the minutes and the agenda. I mean, it'd be lovely if everyone participated in city government that way, but they just don't. I also went back through the Nextdoor posts to see if anything was specifically posted by your communications person. And the meeting was posted, the fact that there was going to be a meeting, but there was nothing. I mean, if you click on the link and follow the agenda and click on the this and click on the that, but it is a cumbersome process. And I think that for topics like these that are so controversial, a way to gain public trust is to just put it out at the outset. And it's gonna come, right? The flood comes, but when it comes and people feel like they've got to scramble, that's when I think emotions run higher. When people feel like they're scrambling to find information, to try and like go back and double check things. And then just as a personal note, Missy, I was really offended by the accusatory tone that you presented to the group when you were speaking. And I understand that emotions run high on this side, emotions run high on this side, and that it's hard to speak kindly and clearly, but I was really put off by the tone in which you addressed the people and dismissively, thank you, just seemed to dismiss the concerns about not having information. I think there's a valid concern in there. And I think that there is an opportunity here for the council to put something in place that could better address it in the future.
I've taken your notes and I will apologize to you for your, your validation of your feelings. But it's really kind of hard when people come up here after I've known for a long time, 200 notices went out and accuse us of being secretive. And I hear what you're saying, and I tend to be more mindful. But it's just really hard when people want to point the finger when this city has become so transparent from the beginning of my days on this council. It is an amazing change. And, to me, that's important for people to understand that we're not secretive here. We're not, hiding, but, I'm writing down what you said and, the mayor will make sure we have conversation. So my apologies to you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to briefly respond just to one piece. And I think that we can do a better job of this and we'll discuss it at our retreat a little bit more. People can sign up for notifications. And so like when my kids were little, like I signed up for Parks and Rec. So I just got everything blasted out to me and it goes onto your email. So it's not you searching as much as so we have to like, maybe at an event that's going on in the community, have a computer where people can register for these, because then they would know, like when they say, I had no idea. So there are some ways that we can better educate people on ways to be informed easily. So thanks.
And if I could just make one quick suggestion of a really easy way, is that for whatever meeting is coming up, instead of having to click to see the agenda, just put a small version of it right there, so that you can see it without, it's just like one extra click sometimes is one click too many.
May
Just
I
an
just
idea.
make a comment?
Yes, please.
And I guess it has to do with the process. Because I feel there was a sense of the process failed. That's what I'm hearing. And the process is the public meeting. Okay, the process is the public hearing. That's really, that as imperfect as it is, that's the world and kind of in a lot of times in which we live. And we have, and I appreciate that if you think something's going to be controversial, do it more. It's hard to say, it's hard to know it's controversial, particularly when the petitioner met with the subdivision trustees and had meetings with the subdivision. And so that was my trigger for, is this going to be highly controversial? Okay. And when I look at tonight, I look at the system worked. We had more people involved than ever. How did that not work? We had a council that deferred, that listened, and that said they're going to go back and look at what you said. How did that not work? It may not have felt good, but I would say it worked. I would say it worked because when we get here, we can't get to the council and try at a council meeting to develop consensus. It's too messy. It's too messy to edit the paperwork with 100 people. We heard you. I think the council heard you. And they made a decision in that way. So I'm kind of proud of what happened today. And I think we can hang our heads and say, oh, golly jeepers. But if we do that, that's because we think somebody lost. I don't think anybody lost. Like, God, you can email me, dear. I swear. Thank you, Kate. Next item.
No.
Oh, Christina. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Introduce yourself, address. Listen, you missed the bear, sorry.
Christina Hansen, North Price Road. I just pulled up the email for this week in Olivet, and it was very confusing. First of all, this meeting was at the very bottom, and the date is listed twice. So it's Tuesday, May 10th, City Council regular meeting, Tuesday, May 10th, public hearing, special permit request. More details should have been put in there, and it should have been made more clear that the public hearing was part of City Council. As I was talking to neighbors, they were confused. Where's the public hearing? Where's the City Council meeting? So that's one thing. My other thing is myself, as well as some of the other residents, specifically asked you all questions during our 3 minutes. There has been more dialogue since the public hearing was over than there was during the public hearing. I understand you all were taking notes, but you didn't look up to look your residents in the eye. The city attorney and city manager, who are not Olivet residents, from what I understand, did not respond to anyone's questions, and they were directed to you. And that is very disappointing for the residents.
Protocol during public hearings and during public comments is that we typically, it's the mayor will tell us when to answer. So we wait for direction.
And the intent was that John Pennington was going to answer questions, but the crowd was so disrespectful, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. He brought 4 people tonight to answer questions. It was not, he wasn't welcome. He was really treated very rudely by a welcoming, what's always been known as a very welcoming community. And he came to do, to be proactive. And we had so many cards that I couldn't stop at each person and have a conversation. And during public hearings, we don't normally do that. We just save all the answers at the end, but because of, we had to shut it down.
So, and the questions that he couldn't answer, specifically that our attorney and city manager needed to, when will those be answered?
It's probably at the next meeting, at the beginning of the next meeting.
And will the documents that were emailed in advance be responded to?
The letters from.
Yes,
From
from
people who-
residents. I understand there was 40 or 50.
Usually it's just a thank you note. It's a
So
thank you
then
for-
how
a
do
lot
we-
of them weren't questions. A lot of them were, here's some articles, please read.
So how do the residents know that when they submit an email because they can't be here or can't be on Zoom, how do the residents know that
we
the
respond.
council's actually
Well,
reading them?
we read every one of them, and we each received a hard copy tonight in an entire pack.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
I have just a note, I have a folder now just for emails about this topic. so
Christina, yeah, did you hear him? He was answering you, so.
I get an
Okay.
email, I read it, and I put it in the
Okay.
folder so I can reference it.
Next
I can find
item.
it.
Item number 15 is review and approval of minutes from April 26, 2022 and May 3rd of 2022.
Did anyone see any corrections? Madam Mayor, I'm making a motion to approve the minutes from April 26, 2022 and May 3rd, 2022.
Call for the vote?
Councilmember Waldman,
Yes.
Councilmember Knox,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, Chairman Carl,
Yes.
Mayor, motion passed.
Ruin all my fun.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yes. Hold on.
City Attorney's report.
Mayor, council members, Ms. Sundag, the gentleman over there by Mr. Trejo is Bill Kistner. He's an associate with my office. He made the mistake of wanting to be interested in local government law, at least tonight. So he got to see democracy in action, and I'm sure it was very illuminating.
Unfortunately.
There was some discussion about legal opinions tonight, and of course, I would never, ever, ever respond to a legal question from an audience member without having a discussion with you first. And if you would like to have that discussion, then I'd suggest a closed session after the work session, if I'm available after the Rock Hill meeting next Tuesday, or perhaps meeting at 6:30 on May 27th to have that closed session.
May
before-
27th would be too late because our next meeting is May 24th.
Okay,
But
24th.
we will be
I
meeting.
can't add.
Okay.
So
But
whatever it is you want to do, I just want to throw it out there. If you don't want one, that's fine too.
I think we need to have one for clarification. Are you available for half an hour this Saturday morning?
When?
This Saturday morning?
Um,
Because we're gonna be here from 9 to noon.
if you really want to do that, yeah, I probably could.
We're gonna be here from 9 to noon.
You want to give them 8:30, you want to give them 12:30, you can give them somewhere between.
What are you doing?
He wants to go for bike ride at 8:30 and show up at 11.
Yeah, looks like I'm okay for Saturday morning,
Can you bring that guy over there in the red tie?
only if he wants to.
Okay. Can we knock it out? Barb, is that okay from 8:30 to 12? You're gonna shoot me?
I'm here to serve.
Okay, you guys, but we have to limit it, but from 8:30, or I can't talk. 8:30 to 9, because at 9 o'clock we are meeting with Gabby and is it Ellen? I can't think. Beth.
Well, wait a second,
Well,
I
he's
haven't
not
said anything
done.
about a closed session for tonight. Sorry, no need. Not gonna, no need. I won't prolong it
Okay.
anymore.
Greg, that must have happened. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
All right. It's good enough.